to allot sheriff time more.
Oh, well, you can cross that out.
You get 10 minutes. That's it.
They had 6 people here. If you allot them more time,
Yeah, they'll have 10 people.
Well,
Tell
I
them you're
can
shortening
remember,
their time.
they had more.
I can remember when they had
I
3
think what
rows.
was cool though was the little Phil's introduction for each one, like kind of hearing about their accomplishments and like everything that they're doing. I think that was like, if I had to be introduced ever, I would want him to do it because he was great.
Jim,
Yeah,
He
he
didn't-
had the best introductions.
he was ready.
He was.
But
He put some thought into it.
I think it was before John was a commissioner because they had 28 people back there in 3 rows.
Yeah.
Really, that's why we have all the chairs, huh?
And I told them that we did not want 28 people anymore. So when John was running for commissioner, he was supposed to be coming to important meetings and things as a candidate, but he wasn't allowed to come to the budget meeting because he was working for the sheriff's office.
And he didn't make the cut.
And they were banned from having too many people.
apologize to Cindy because I made messes everywhere today. And then she made my coffee and then I told her she was late. I apologize.
I knew they were having some problems with man.
Yeah, I think they finally, that finally stabilized.
You're running live.
Are we online?
We are online.
We have to pay this down. You just can't find organizations that want to manage things. All right, it appears everyone's here now. So we'll call this to order so we can stay on schedule. And who's going to talk first? Are you going to Kim? Please introduce
Actually-
yourself.
My name is Kim Beck. I'm the Director of Human Services for the county, of course, and county budget. It's early in the morning, I have a lot of caffeine, but I oversee developmental disability services and veteran services. And so I thought I would start, do you guys care what I start with?
Well, I want to make sure you introduce your entire team.
Oh, this Amy Pearson is the supervisor for developmental disabilities, and this is Audrey Smalley. She is our coordinator of auxiliary programs, which is AKA for everything under the sun she's responsible for. Right now, she is, we had our abuse investigator retire. And so we aren't sure about, I'm going to talk about this a little bit about funding, future funding for Medicaid. But she's our abuse investigator as well as our records person and supervising staff. So she's got her plate full.
Good.
So I thought I would start with veteran services.
Page 119.
Give a page number, Robert.
119.
And I'll start by pointing out that there is an additional FTE currently in the budget that's in front of you that is not actually in our budget. That's going to get corrected, and I'm sure Robert will address that. It's actually a position that was approved if we get grants to get additional funding, because we are going to apply for a grant if it becomes available. So with that said, veteran services, first of all, I cannot say enough great things about the staff. We have stabilized, we have 3 staff. Lola Lopez is our coordinator. Sunshine Mason is our accredited veteran service officer. And then Justin Kelly is an assistant veteran service officer that is not accredited. The 3 of them have managed over this last year, since the last time I was before you, to maintain 3 offices, one in Milton Freewater on Wednesdays, the Pendleton office above Banner Bank, and then the office in Hermiston at the Stafford Hansel building. They are fielding over 1,100 calls a year, and this year we're on target for that as well. They Sunshine and Lola, and mainly Sunshine, are doing over this last year. They did 370 claims. That does not include the duplicate claims. And this year they are 32% ahead of where they were last year at this time. So they are cranking it out. Already this year, they have done over 100 claims. The adjudication rates are something that we are going to keep an eye on, because how veteran services works is our main duty is, we have 2 things that are our primary duties. One is to assist veterans in accessing any resources that are available to them through the Veterans Administration, and then locally and statewide. So the majority of our time is spent assisting veterans through the claims process. The other part is outreach and making sure that veterans are aware of us and aware of programs that are available to them. So those are our 2 main focuses. Once claims are submitted, the veterans are completely at the mercy of the Veterans, Administration, Veterans Affairs. So the VA, and I'm sure you guys have heard, the different rumblings about cuts in the VA. So where that would affect us locally, as far as claims go, is the amount of time it takes a claim to get approved or denied. So currently, the claims that have been adjudicated from last year, we're averaging about 3 months. So for an entire year, the average of the over 200 claims that were adjudicated, close to 300 claims that were adjudicated, it was on the average 3 months. Some a little longer, some a lot shorter, which is really good because a few years ago when I started working with veterans, they were super excited if it was a year. And they told veterans, be prepared, it could be a year or two. So the VA had really sped up their processes as far as getting claims through, which is super exciting because what that means is individuals get the money they're entitled to more quickly than having to wait for months and months or years and then getting a lump sum or finding out at the end that they're missing some type of paperwork and it gets denied. And then the process starts over. It's like, it was just very cumbersome and extremely stressful and anxiety provoking for the veterans. So that's going really well. This year of the things are pretty much in place. We actually have 9 claims already this year that have gone through, and they were averaging less than 30 days. So that's looks good. We'll keep an eye on that and make sure that we're up on that. We'll continue to let you guys know how that's going. But so far, so good. So what does that mean to Umatilla County? The focus, one of the things I'd like to talk about the Developmental Disabilities Program and Veteran Services is about what the work does for not only the individuals we serve, but Umatilla County as a whole, as an economic, what's the word? Basically, how the money that comes in affects Umatilla County businesses, housing, and many other things that in this case, veterans need. So in 2021, when we first started tracking this, claims that were approved with the retro pay and the current pay, it was about $1 million. Last year, it was over $2 million. So that money is not money that is paid for services provided. Those are dollars that are going directly to veterans to assist them in their living and their dependents. So we're super excited about that. Already this year, we're at $500,000 as of yesterday that has already come into Umatilla County. So our budget hasn't really changed. We are funded through, generously funded through the county, and modestly funded with some Office of Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. We get about 117,000. With what's going on down in Salem, we won't know if that increases or not until it's legislated. So do you guys have any questions? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, you missed something. Kim, you want to talk about your stand down
Oh,
and
yes.
how that's such a success? I mean,
Thank you, because I completely forgot about that. So a couple of years ago, we started in partnership with the Confederated Tribes Veterans Service Office, a stand down, which is a huge resource event. We initially, the first year we had 75 veterans attend. Last year we had 150. We had food for 200 and we ran out of food. What the event is meant for is to give veterans a one-stop shop of all the services available locally with regards to specifically mental health, suicide prevention, housing. We really focus on making sure veterans have resources for housing, and then the VA comes in. They bring in their mental health people, their medical people, claims information, there's employment information. So it truly is a one-stop shop. We have it in June, which is not a normal time to have a stand down. Most veteran stand downs are around October, and coincide with Veterans Day. But we decided to have it in June because a lot of times our veterans who are homeless or are couch surfing, they're getting ready to go into a very difficult season of heat and all of the element stuff. We partner with the VA to get surplus or to bring in, which includes bags, sleeping bags, shirts, underwear, like anything that they would need to wear or keep themselves warm or cool in that case. And so that's been extremely successful. This year, we're partnering with the tribe again, and we are forecasting. Initially, we got money to provide $25 gift cards to the first 50 veterans that showed up, and they're gas cards for Arrowhead. So because we knew that might be a barrier for people being able to travel in. This year, we have secured the money to get 100, so we've doubled that. So we're very excited about that, as well as we're increasing the amount of other resources, food and vendors. I found out a few weeks ago that Community Counseling Solutions also has some money available, so they're going to be partnering with us as well. To do advertising, we advertise on Elkhorn, the EO, Tribal Paper, and because it's regional, we are we're advertising in Union County, Baker County, and Grant County. Of course, Morrow's just like that, just county when it comes to budgets. So we're very excited, and we are getting we've gotten a lot of really good feedback. We actually have veterans calling already asking if there's a stand down this year. So that's very promising.
For what it's worth, you should consider advertising in the Valley Herald and the Blue Letter. It's fairly inexpensive advertising, and there's a lot of veterans in that area who probably don't get other media sources.
Thank you. We definitely will do that.
Yeah, but I want to thank Veteran Services. I think I counted 14 different veterans organizations in the county, and they each of them have different kinds of events. And there's almost always a representative there from the Veterans Department. So it's good to see. I do sit on the sectional or regional VA hospital board, oversight board out of Spokane, and one of the discussions is how do they maintain their efficiencies that they have built in, especially in this section. And I don't have a whole lot of pessimism. I think it's going to stay fairly flat at least, but with a lot of emphasis on efficiencies for sure. My question to you, in your budget, you have nothing built in for dues and membership, and you didn't spend any money on training last year. And to me, that Veterans Department, those two things would be extremely critical. And I mean, they're built right into our county strategic goals and mission. And just kind of curious, did it get put into different areas, or, I mean, that to me would be an emphasis, both of those.
It's funny you say that because we were talking about that earlier. We do a lot of training, but it just so happened the big training that costs thousands of dollars for us to attend because it's a week long, like it's a week endeavor normally, was hosted here in Pendleton last year at Hamley's. So we didn't have a lot of travel costs. But the two big trainings that we do that normally take up that money, and I'm not sure, like let me make sure I've got, oh, I'm looking at the wrong bucket. The dues and membership we need to correct because we are a member of the Association of Veteran Service Office. And that's the only dues that we have to pay.
Is that the $528.98?
From the prior year.
Pardon me?
From the prior year, actual is 528.98.
So if you build in 750 or 600, you'd be covered.
Yeah. It actually, I believe, is like $300 right now. It's $50.
Thanks. That's all I got. Thank you. And thanks for everything.
I have one quick thing. Last night I was at Wyden's Town Hall. I was the moderator, and apparently there's a section at the very beginning for one of our veterans. And I don't know if your office even knew about it. It was, I know the gentleman because we used to be forward shooting sports instructors. His name was Les Smith. He received some medals that he earned in Vietnam, but didn't ever receive them. And so, and he got a flag, but the medals weren't there. They didn't show up. And I was sitting there thinking, well, did anybody even tell our veterans office about this? So, I mean, it was a catastrophe from start to finish.
I didn't get my medals then, and I don't get them now.
Yeah, the only thing they gave was a flag that had flown over the Capitol. And I'm thinking, well, and then they did a photo op with them at the end with General Reese and Senator. But I will reach out to the new Kathleen Cathy, who is Andrew Cutler, used to be the editor for the EO, and tell him next time you guys come to our county and do anything with veterans, make sure he reaches out to you. So I will have that conversation with him today.
Absolutely, because there's some medals sitting on Wilda's desk, I think.
That's probably where they
Probably
sent.
them.
Sure. Without a
Guaranteed that's
doubt.
them.
Because I've been covering veteran services once in a while for her, and I think there's some sitting there.
Huh.
So I will check with her right after this meeting.
Yeah, so and it's Les Smith, great guy, just, never got his medals from Vietnam, so. But anyways, I I'm sitting there I'm literally on stage with the senator, I'm thinking, wait a minute, does our Veterans Affairs even know about this? So, okay, yeah, that was, thank you.
Yeah, Lola is wonderful about that stuff.
Sure, it'd been nice of you to have some communication.
That's always the key.
Yep.
So any more questions about veteran services?
Again, before you go into the DD presentation, I don't think most people here know this, but not too many years ago, our program was ranked number 36 in the state of Oregon. Seriously, the last place program in the whole state. And it was so bad that the state of Oregon would not even entrust it to local management. They ran it themselves. And it wasn't too many years ago that we had advanced from number 36 to way up near the top.
Yes, we are very well thought of.
And warm.
It's funny you say that, George, because last month was our 10-year anniversary of having the developmental disabilities program back with the county. And that's been a quick 10 years, I'll tell you. It is, it is crazy to think.
Well, it was
about.
ironic. It was last in the state. They took it over, still last in the state when they were running it.
Yes. The developmental disabilities program, as an overview, is the front door to any paid services, for anybody who lives within the, boundaries of Umatilla County for intellectual and developmental disabilities.
I have a question on veterans just before we go, just because the number seemed odd. For the wireless allowance, it's only $18. I just wondered, just making sure that's not a typo. It seems like a very low and odd amount.
It is an odd amount because that's my reimbursement that probably needs to be taken out.
So it's-
Everybody has their own phone. So they're really.
It's probably split between multiple different departments.
Okay.
And so if it is, it only allocates a certain portion of it to each department.
Okay, that's fine. I just.
But that is a good question because you got three people, they all have phone allowances, right?
We actually have phones for veteran services. That would be a personnel, that's in the personnel line item.
It's, so the county provides cell phones for a number of people, and for those that don't, if they happen to use their personal cell phone for county business, they're allowed to have a cell phone allowance, which is what that is.
Yeah.
And that's a portion of her cell phone allowance that's allocated to veterans, that's allocated to developmental disabilities, I'm fairly certain.
But then in general, the cell phones throughout the county that the county owns, that's just allocated then.
Starts to the department that, so if,
Okay,
So-
that's all good, yeah.
And those costs are in the telephone budget line.
yeah, they're not
Not
in personnel.
So, developmental disabilities, we are the front door of, basically anybody who wants paid services or needs paid services, really. If they have intellectual or developmental disabilities, which has to do with IQ or a developmental disability like, autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, like just any number of disabilities that originate in the brain and actually begin to manifest themselves prior to the age of 22 for developmental disabilities, 18 for IQ. So it's a technical thing, and we are Medicaid funded, which I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So you can imagine how it's just complex. But anyway, people have to come through our doors. What that means is we are responsible. We have a funding source in our budget for, and it's the O2 for our eligibility. We're also currently responsible for licensing all foster homes, developmental, intellectual and developmental disability foster homes. And so that comes out of that fund as well. And then we are responsible, and I mentioned this about auditing duties, to do all abuse investigation related to anyone over the age of 18 who is eligible, they don't even necessarily have to be in our services, is eligible for intellectual or developmental disability services. And those investigations are a civil investigation. They're like, we work with law enforcement if it's a criminal issue, those are civil. So, and then the majority of what we're responsible for is case management, which means we do we're the field office for the Office of Developmental Disabilities for the state. So we're the equivalent of child welfare's office down the street here, or the aging and people with disabilities office, or voc rehab, the state runs. We're the equivalent of that. So we do all the paperwork, all the planning, all the assessments needed, and we work with individuals to get them the resources they need in order to basically live their best life. First of all, be healthy and safe, and then employment, education, just daily supports that they need in order to remain in the community. This program has blown up over the last 10 years. At one point, the only way a child could get any assistance. A family could get any assistance, for their child who had intellectual or developmental disabilities was through crisis or, turning them over to the state. It was a horrible situation. We now have, in the last 10 years, a program came out. It's called the K Plan, and it's federally funded. And we're able to provide services to children in their homes, in the community. And we have very few kids in Umatilla County, I'm proud to say, that have to go elsewhere for services. We only have, I think, maybe less than a handful. So that also opened up a services for adults in the community. It was 10 years ago, it's been a little bit more than 10 years, I think 2014. Adults in the community got served by a brokerage. And the brokerage in our area is the Eastern Oregon Support Services Brokerage. And it's actually housed out of, I believe, the Dalles or Hood River. And then they have people who live in Umatilla County who provide case management. That program is still in existence, but with the new funding, it also opened up our ability to provide that service as well. So adults have a choice. And our program is all about choice. If people are eligible, it's all about choice. It's not a mandated program. They are not required to participate in our program. There are requirements in order to maintain the funding in order to get the paid supports, like annual planning, annual assessments, quarterly contacts, sometimes monthly contacts. So that's our piece. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the community and the support system within the community. Within this community, we have residential programs. Our biggest residential program is Horizon Projects Incorporated. They have, I believe, around 28 homes where people live. They staff them 24/7. And then we have a program who also does business in Umatilla County and has some homes, and that's Rise Incorporated. They actually began their program over in Union County in LeGrand, but now they're all over the place. They're all over the state. So we've got residential programs in Umatilla County for adults. We don't have any residential programs for children. We have foster homes for adults, and we have limited foster homes for children. We only actually have 2, and currently both of them are operating as adult homes because the children in them aged into being adults. So foster care is very limited. And with the requirements of foster care, I'm not sure that it will ever grow in Umatilla County. It's just more efficient and effective for providers. If
You're
they
talking
want
about disabled foster kids.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, not child welfare. Not that a child welfare child couldn't be in one of our foster homes if they had intellectual or developmental disabilities, but this is specifically for DD. It's just more practical and efficient. People are finding to do residential homes. So we had a new residential provider go into business here. They turned one of the foster homes into a residential, and they're planning on turning another one into a residential. So we'll see that progress. The individuals who live there chose to stay there, and they're loving it. And the only difference in that case is nobody lives on site. No, where foster homes, somebody lives like in somebody's home. Where residential, nobody lives there. They have staff coming and going. So that's what's going on with that. And then and that's for people who need a higher level of care. We have a supported living program that Horizon runs. And that's, I always say it was the beginning of in-home care. So Horizon helps people live in their own apartments, but it's more, it mirrors a little bit of residential, but they have their own apartments instead of living in congregate, like with other people. This service, like the DD services, also has employment services to assist people in getting jobs and keeping jobs, job coaches, that may be with a person their entire life, like if they need that. We also have behavior supports, and then we have services to go into homes and help people in their homes. If you're familiar with AP, like aging and people with disabilities, home care workers, it's similar to that. But the supports provided are different. And a lot of it's community inclusion, just daily living stuff. So this program is huge. And so the reason I laid that foundation is I wanted to let you guys know, I did some research and just this biennium. So for the last 20 months, over $55 million has been spent on providing services to individuals in Umatilla County. That does not count the 175 that are in brokerage. So in Umatilla County, $55 million in the last 20 months. And that money is, part of that money is Medicaid money. So we are watching very closely when they start talking about cutting Medicaid. Because our program, like the CDP, the county office, is a drop in the bucket compared to what is spent on supporting individuals to stay in the community. And so I think a lot of times people see our program or know about our program and think that is the program in Umatilla County, but that's not the program in Umatilla County. We're the front door and we're the helpers. We're the paperwork people, but the people who actually do the work are all over the place. We have like over $28 million of that came into businesses that are actually homegrown and are in Umatilla County. Others provide services here and their workers are, of course, here because they're providing services to individuals, but the business itself may not be here. So the overhead and structure of their business model may not be housed in Umatilla County, but their workers are housed in Umatilla County and they live here and they spend money here and they support our economy. So I wanted to explain that because when Medicaid starts getting talked about, that's what is going to affect just our piece of the pie for Umatilla County and employment in Umatilla County. Hundreds of people are employed through these funds in Umatilla County, not just the 20 of us up on the hill. So there's that spiel. I'm going to brag about our office for a minute. Last year at this time, I probably had a conversation about we were making some changes in how we were doing outreach and working with our community partners. And I'm proud to say that's paying off. We have increased our caseload size, the number of individuals we are serving, 22%. Since March of 2024. 2024.
We see that in the data, aren't we?
And I think I said this last year as well, for the size of county that we have, we currently are serving around 420 people. We should be serving over 600. So we should continue to grow. What will happen with that is if we're funded for it, if there's money for it, or if the services that are currently available end up getting cut.
So who's serving those 180-ish people now? if you said we're serving 420, we're looking at, should be doing 600. Who's filling that gap today?
Natural supports.
Oh.
Yeah, families. Because they don't know about us. Yeah, or like, they don't know about us, or they're still having people repeat if you haven't applied before you're 18, don't bother. You're not disabled enough. You're not, like, any number of things. There's no services for anybody under the age of 18. So parents who have a newborn,
So
don't
there's
bother.
bad intel
There's no-
to get now is that community.
So we do a lot of outreach. Our partnership with both CCS and child welfare I cannot tell you how much it's improved. And the partnership specifically with child welfare, because our kids at times are the ones who are at risk of being hoteled, like having to go to a hotel and being supervised by a staff. So we have a lot of resources in Umatilla, in the state of Oregon, and we have an excellent team, and Amy heads up that team, working with people across the state, and Jessica Horton, can't say enough good things about her as well. They have developed relationships across the state with providers and with the state, with our local child welfare, as well as other entities where our kids are going, the counties that our kids are placed. And so we're having a lot of success with that. And that's something new for us. So basically our budget is what it is. It stayed stagnant. I figured a cost of living, like the current service level, that is a huge formula algorithm that the state uses. But I didn't project any additional funds, even though we're all crossing our fingers that the 22% growth gets caught in their formula, so that we would just naturally receive more funds because we are serving more people. They estimated we would serve 350 people by July of this year. And we've been over 350 since last April or May. So we're hoping that got caught, but again, it's an algorithm and forecasting out of our hands. So. But we've got a good team, and we're getting to do some exciting things. Last year at this time, I think I probably had a conversation with you guys about the emergency preparedness grant that we were coordinating. We wrapped that up. Over $813,000 was spent in emergency preparedness, $100,000 of that in Umatilla County. And we coordinated for all of Eastern Oregon, because the other counties in Eastern Oregon were going to turn back their money because they didn't have the capacity. So those counties, the individuals in there, those counties got generators and power stations and supplies. And I'm telling you, it kind of makes me teary. It was so awesome to be able to support Harney County. And when they had the flood, they had freezing, then they had floods, and then they had that huge heat situation and fires last year. Grant County, the fires, and being able to have that money that was there for them to be able to get the supports. Because I was very surprised. Harney County has a tremendous amount of individuals who live off the grid and just out, and some of those individuals are.
And those are federal dollars, right?
Yes, those were part of the American Rescue Act. So yeah.
There's a huge increase in activity program supplies. Do you have something planned that you're gonna do with that? It's line item 520010.
See,
Page 117.
117.
I'm not seeing an increase. I don't.
Well, the way I'm reading it, maybe I'm reading it wrong, it looks like last year it was $174.90. Year to date is $346.49, but you're anticipating, or asking for 2,500.
So last year she budgeted 2,500 too. Yeah, and then the prior year was 2024, and then current year, you are right. It's
Oh.
346, but she did budget for 25.
And I always budget a lot for that because we never know, like, we had an opportunity to, partner with the Arc of Umatilla. Because they're expanding their services into Pendleton. So that's money that we spend to support local stuff. And sometimes, there's programs to support and sometimes there's not.
Kind of along the same lines, 570005. It looks like on the business meals that historically that hasn't been much. Is that something that we could change to like $1,000 and or is that just kind of a line item that hangs out there?
Well, to be honest with you, I've never charged anything to business meals because we always just do it under travel. Or under activity, program activity that was related to something. So I definitely, I can work with finance on what the definition of that is, because I may be, just allocating it incorrectly.
Okay.
I honestly don't know the definition of a business meal.
Okay, yeah, that's why you need to work with finance.
I'm glad you don't. I'm hoping you can spread that.
Yeah, because when we do food or whatever, it's related to an activity or a training.
Thank you.
Of course, Kim is, one of my liaison departments, and everything you do is amazing. The things that they do with DD, the programs, veterans, I can tell, Lola has told me stories about the veterans that she has helped, a lot of times non-traditional help, where she has stepped up and got somebody moving in the right direction. And DD, they have a wonderful program in Hermiston. I know you know all about that, Dan. And yeah, they're just great. One of the things I worry about, Kim, is Medicaid funding cuts. Just heard the other day that Area Agency on Aging through CAPCO, their funding was just cut. And our food bank funding is cut. I sit on a governor work group that works with Medicaid and foster homes. Same thing, they're fighting for legislation to try to keep the doors open, to pay the workers in these homes what they should be paid, not minimum wage plus $1. And that is a struggle. And people don't realize the importance of foster homes, and not only for DD, but also for our elderly. And so it's just something that people kind of put to the side, but something that's very important. So I appreciate the work that you do, that you all do. So, yeah.
Just a side note about Medicaid. If our Medicaid funding gets cut, it will be a systemic issue, not a CDP issue, because they will have to cut services. There's no way to cut, to just cut overhead or administrative stuff, because the majority of the money spent through ODDS, the Office of Developmental Disability Services, is services to individuals. So, and I imagine you'll see a lot of stuff being said if that happens. There's a very big advocacy group for that.
Thank you.
One more question.
Mhm.
For the rent facility, should that have been carried over?
Oh, that is a great question, Molly.
I finally
Why
got a
do they
good one.
pay rent?
We don't now.
You don't
you
now?
don't?
We didn't this year.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have my glasses on, but I have that marked.
But now they will.
Yeah,
Now it's gonna get
brought it up.
Well, Cindy, if you're her liaison commissioner,
Yeah.
my guess is she comes better prepared for every single meeting. That was more comprehensive than anybody would have.
Oh, George. Did you guys have anything?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you,
Nice to
ladies.
see all
Good to
three
see
of
you
you.
all. Oh, I'm sleeping, but. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is 8:50. We're ahead of schedule.
No,
What? No, we're not.
I was.
Molly's
being
smiling. So far.
Oh, can we do your next one?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Let's all see
Molly
about
wants to
that.
get to that. What time is the assembly, Molly?
It's at 2:30,
Oh,
so I
okay.
might be optimistic. I don't know.
So,
We're working for it.
capital projects, is on page 247. I may have already discussed a little bit about this in other programs, but, these are, so capital projects is set up to cover items that might be large in nature, so large building repairs, and things of that nature. We fund that from the local improvement district, or I believe it shows a transfer from wind, which is inaptly named now that we have more sources for that money, but that money is annually put in there, and it's reserved for major projects, as Dan and I talked about the roof in this building possibly being $1.3 million. Those kinds of items, we need to have a reserve force because they're gonna happen. So we started putting money in here a few years ago, and we've built up a balance there. And then, next page is, facility improvement. And it's a little less like that. It's more for improvements rather than major repairs. But similarly, and actually this next page is actually for software, so it's not for building. So it's when we have a major software investment. And over the last 10 years, that's become more and more of an issue. Almost every department has specialized software that they need, and oftentimes they need new equipment to run that. And so we've prepared for that because I see that becoming a bigger issue rather than a smaller one as we move forward.
So this is where like those dispatch. improvements, they're
like
asking for.
dispatch, our assessment department has a fairly robust computer system and is expanding into their GIS thing and need better software and better hardware. And with our computer department downstairs, they're constantly having to upgrade for security purposes and just for backup purposes. So there's a lot of demand there, and it keeps getting more. Our insurance company asks us to do more for security all the time. And people have been attacked, for lack of a better word, in the computer world. And so we have to be prepared for that as well if it happens. So that's what that's for.
I just noticed this after several years of doing this. Why do we charge 410 or 410 with indirect cost expense, but we don't charge 400?
So 400 does not have that line item. If it did, it would look an awful like the line items in 410. As you might notice, there is a indirect cost, but there's also an offset.
Right.
So we don't actually charge that department the indirect cost.
No, I saw that. I
And we
just was
wouldn't,
curious.
and we wouldn't charge 9400 indirect costs either.
I didn't think so. I just was,
But one of the differences is that most of the expenses that come out of 9400 are capital, and we don't charge indirect costs on capital at all, so it wouldn't even show up there. That makes sense?
it does. I guess I never noticed that we were even line item them in and out.
I kind of had to do that because there are some departments that are not completely one way or the other. So for instance, the fair,
Sure.
I don't charge indirect costs on the livestock sale or fair premiums and that sort of thing.
Right.
Yet I do on their other expenditures.
Yes.
And so it's a hybrid. And so if you were to look at the fair's budget, the indirect cost is the gross amount, and then there's an offset that we're not going to charge them for those other things. And
Right.
there are
I guess,
half a dozen departments that are that way that are kind of hybrids.
so on this one, I guess my question was, if we're not gonna do that, should we even keep that on the line item, or is it just zero out each time?
I mean, I could remove those. That might be that might be a me thing, Dan.
Got it, I get it.
I like to wipe out details.
I know.
I think the important thing with the committee is the founding premise of having capital outlay in the first place.
Right.
When you discovered how much that was being perpetuated.
Right. So especially with the other capital purchase programs, we have vehicles and remodels were showing up year after year in the same budget when they had no intention of spending that money and it just tied it up for other things. But
No
in this
intention of
particular-
spending it or discovering, oh my gosh, look what I have.
right. But actually a bigger purpose for these is we recognize that there was a potential for some fairly large bills to happen that unless we prepared for them, unless we reserved for them, we would be stuck scraping that money out of every other budget in the county. And that's certainly not the way I'd like to operate. I don't want to be in a position where we have to cut positions or cut programs in order to survive. So anyway, I think these are extremely important, and I think they've served us well so far.
But a lot of capital improvements still get charged back, even if this is the fund we use it out of.
It depends on the
It
type of
gets-
project it is, yes.
Right. Yeah.
So like, I'm not gonna charge the roof repairs to the departments.
You're not gonna charge the commissioners for that.
I could make an exception.
Dan, stop talking.
It's still come out of the same line.
It still doesn't work very well, but I do
No.
that. What else can we
He
do?
has a question.
Oh,
Where would the money for, like, say, the rock crusher come out of this?
so I'm anticipating it's going to come out of the other funds that we talked about. So it would be the capital improvements fund, which is not the facility fund. That's what I'm anticipating. And the idea would be the road department would then return that money to that fund over a few years. So it's not that they don't want to pay for their rock crusher. It's just that they don't have $2 million sitting in the bank
Exactly.
that they want to spend. Interestingly, just real, considering if they have a new rock crusher and it's saving them $10 a yard and they're using 250,000 yards a year, it doesn't take very long for them to save that money.
Yeah, that's a pretty good payoff.
They went through that pretty fast yesterday, but the fact that they exhausted their reserves a couple of years ago during the flood was a much bigger deal than it seemed, because otherwise, I mean, the flood happened, repairs had to be made immediately, and they could not wait for the federal reimbursement.
And
Yeah,
I mean, if they hadn't
partial
had that
partial
money,
federal reimbursement.
Yeah.
what, I mean, those roads would
In
have
some
been
cases, you-
in disrepair for years.
Yeah.
But they had the money to do it.
yeah, Honda's a great job reserving funds.
Question.
Robert, anything else?
Only have
Oh, sorry.
If you end up replacing the roof, do you charge any of that to the state, for the state courts, or?
We do not. We do not. And I'm not extremely versed in exactly what our obligations are to the courts, but generally speaking, about the only things they've paid for since I've been here are some specific updates to systems like phones. And I think maybe a few other things. I think maybe they help pay for our fobbing system for the building. But generally speaking, we don't charge them for most of those things.
Did they never pay for security?
They don't pay us for.
No, I don't mean the ongoing cost of security. There was supposed to be money coming to the county to actually pay for the remodeling, the modifications.
So
it got wiped out.
It
O-
did.
OJD is not our friend right now. Absolutely not. It's, I mean, we have the $100,000 grant from 3 years ago. We still have it. And Doug fights for it all the time. But Bill has
I
gone
think I
off,
recall
Bill has
half
gone
of it.
off his rocker.
I think I recall $500,000 set. so.
Yeah, Bill just wiped that out.
I could very well do the Human Services Department budgets, which is scheduled for 9:10 a.m. this morning. I don't know is someone coming for that?
No, I was gonna ask you if you heard from Kim.
Pick me.
Okay.
So, page 122. So the mediation program, actually funding for this program comes from the state annually. And also, and it looks like we have not received our payment this year, so I'm guessing we'll be receiving it sometime soon. Probably will come out in June, I'm guessing. And we also get a little bit of money from marriage fees. So every time someone files to get a marriage license or a partnership license, $10 of that fee goes to this fund to help fund mediation for dissolutions. So the idea behind this fund is that we contract with a counselor to speak with people that are having marriages or similar arrangements dissolved to come to some sort of agreement. And that's what this is supposed to fund. Like I said, we normally receive that money sometime in the spring, so I'm kind of, but since this is only through February, it's possible we've already received it since then. But I think it's pretty stable. It hasn't changed much. And we have a carry forward balance in that program. So even if we didn't receive funding this year, we would have plenty of funding to finish this next fiscal year.
Hey, Robert, I'm not very familiar with this. Is that done under a contract? It's not done by Umatilla County employees, right?
No, so actually the state courts contract with a counselor, and then they send the county the bill that says,
The counselor does?
yeah,
Or the
says
court does?
Doran versus Doran,
If you
3
have-
hours and 44 minutes,
If you have
$500
If
or
you have
whatever.
children, you're automatically referred to mediation, and I
Okay.
can't remember if it's 2 or 3 hours that you're given for free, but it's typically over the phone and they just try to come up with a plan. If you don't have kids, mediation's not an option.
So what this money goes to is the mediator facilitation and all of that.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, yeah, and they spend, sometimes they'll meet with somebody 2 or 3 times, sometimes they only meet with them once, and we get it, and actually, I think the courts assigns the people to do that counseling, and then they get an invoice and send it to us for us to pay.
I don't know if you know, it used to be Gail Freely,
Yeah,
but now there's 2 mediators that they took.
okay.
Robin something, and I can't remember the other one's name.
Stedfield,
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
and I can't remember the other one's name either, but
Are they housed upstairs then?
I don't
I don't
actually know that
think
they're
so at
on
all.
site,
I
because
don't-
everything's done.
I think they're
telephonically.
independent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know if they're located in Pendleton. Just-
Oh, okay, thank
Is
you.
it,
Sorry.
is it only for dissolution of marriage?
It actually, I think,
It's
Well-
anytime there's kids, is
Yeah.
essentially what it is. If there's kids involved, then you're automatically referred to mediation to try to resolve it, because the court docket is so full that right now, if you have a child custody case, you're looking at 6 months out or more for a hearing date. And so they try to get them into mediation, because that can happen within a month or so. And the hope is that they can resolve it and clear up the court docket.
save somebody a lot of money.
Clog it up.
Yeah. My kids won't go to school, but whatever.
The next program, it's called the Mental Health Reserve, but it's actually an opioid settlement funds. And so, because of a lawsuit that occurred, a number of pharmacies are required to pay money and distribute it to Oregon and to the counties and cities in Oregon. And then we are tasked with spending that money to try and alleviate problems with opiates. And so we have contracted with CCS to address that issue. And I think they're working on making that a more robust program, but right now they haven't spent a ton of money on that. But we are continuing to receive that money. So we have a fairly substantial amount of money in that, over $1 million. And and I think it lasts over maybe the next, I want to say it's probably 16 more years of payments that we will receive. Not, and I would say those won't be even, kind of move up and down depending on which pharmacy is paying and whether they pay 1 year or 3 years but for 18 years, the program, we're supposed to be using that money to fight opioid issues.
That's the one we partnered with the municipality.
Right. So we are in partnership with Pendleton and Hermiston on that. They receive funds as well.
The other cities don't receive them.
It's gotta be over 10,000 population that receive funds for the opioid settlement. And the 2 cities, Hermiston and Pendleton, they don't receive enough to do anything that's substantial with. But if we pool all 3 of our monies together, then we can get some things accomplished.
Yeah.
I'm assuming if there's money left in this fund at the end of the settlement, that it still has to be used for.
I would think so, and I would hope so. I mean, I think it's a horrible problem. The only reason I'd want to quit spending money on it is if they eradicate it.
Good luck with that.
Well,
Hey, I'm with you. Don't get me wrong.
I hope they come up with a really, really good plan. And the next page, speaking of contracted services, we contract our mental health and our addiction services to CCS, and the money comes in from state and federal sources into this program, and then they are redistributed to CCS to provide those services for Umatilla County residents. So we receive a monthly contracted amount from the state, and then we redistribute that directly to CCS so that they can provide those services.
Molly, you were asking about physical abominations related to courts. We also have the DA coming up this morning, which is probably even a more gross
Yeah,
abomination.
yeah.
Hey,
But
that's one of mine.
it is so horrible.
It is a little bit. And I can't say the public defender's office is in much better shape. It's that Umatilla County is in better shape that they're up to date.
Yeah, I heard on the radio that we're gonna hire a new guy that, under the new regulations, that doesn't have to have a, pass the bar.
Doesn't have, I mean, over, is it public defenders?
No, upstairs.
Oh,
No,
upstairs,
Dan,
yeah.
yeah, Dan was pretty excited. I mean, of
Yeah.
course, Dan, I think be excited if he gets somebody 2 hours a week, but
Yeah.
he's been struggling to find help.
The downside of that is they can only practice law in Oregon, unless I'm mistaken.
But they can retake,
No, that's
Yeah.
correct.
but they can retake they're eligible to retake the bar a little quicker too, right?
But the thing is, we are in
You're talking
Oregon.
about the program where they
Yeah,
have, yeah.
The program.
So then they end up with their bar number, but they can only practice in Oregon. But you can at any point in time take the bar exam if you want.
Okay, because
Can you
the way
take
they
it
were talking is if you
multiple
fail,
times?
Thank
There's
you.
no cutoff.
Comforting.
I would guess that probably most people don't. Most people probably don't want to take it more than
No,
once.
no, I think if you've taken it and failed it twice, you choose a new
There
career.
you go. Stop there. Third time's not a charm, huh?
I know a guy that did it. He's here, he was
Ready
okay.
for the break?
Did he used to be the director? of
Um,
the
Waiting for Kara.
No, but,
I haven't heard-
What,
you know
what's your pleasure?
I passed mine the first time. I just.
CARES at 9:20, so
And.
I don't think we want to
Shani's
get too deep in it more.
him. So take a break. We're getting there, Molly.
We're doing good.
Oh, we're well ahead, aren't we, Robert?
I think we're doing well. I think I've cleared up a lot of the afternoon already. So,
I think we cleared up all the afternoon except deliberations.
well, we've got the Board of Commissioners budgets, and I'm not sure if anybody volunteered to do those. So I was thinking that I'm.
Chairman generally does.
Who?
The chairman.
I was ignoring their budget. I
course.
didn't think I needed one.
I would put second on me today.
I'm gonna get back. in.
We're on
I
break.
wasn't- I
I
actually.
guess we're taking a break.
We'll defer to Robert on that one.
I've done-
Jenny said something to be here, so I think we're good. I think,
I have my glasses. I can't see.
See, that's why you do this. Look at that.
Look at how
Look at
big
Yeah,
you can make
that would be great.
Oh my gosh.
Need a cinnamon roll.
Oh, I'm gonna go please for now. Hello. Hello.
Come on in and sit up front, whoever's gonna be presenting.
Hello.
It's gonna be all three of us today.
Bring a chair, just scooch up. And then that book is available there if you need to look at your budgets. And- And you guys are on page 127 if you need to look at that book.
Oh, we got to print out. Thank you. So your leader's in Paris, huh?
She's headed somewhere.
Germany? Where, why do we always think it's Germany?
Where do we think Germany? We
She's
thought it
going
was
somewhere in
Germany.
Europe, yes.
I thought she was going to Paris.
Oh, she is going to France. Remember, because she was talking about.
Yeah, because I said Copenhagen and she's like, that's where Allie's at.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh,
she is.
okay.
I told her she needed to go to the catacombs. She could. That's right. It's coming, it's coming back. It's coming back.
Oh, I can see now.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
I'm like, maybe it's in fourth grade.
What page was that on?
27.
Thank you. didn't use a charge. No. Let's see one over there. And I'm away to get this.
Is that a coffee cake one?
Mhm.
Is it better?
Yep.
I found it
I
too.
don't see one calorie in there.
Got baked out.
All the big, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
right, yeah.
I like your vision.
Yeah.
Everything you eat is part of your diet.
Hello, morning.
Dan escaped again.
It's just on the loose today.
Of course, if we start now. why
Just
don't you-
can't, where's the queen bee?
She's on her way to Paris. A much needed vacation. Yes.
Paris.
I don't
I'm
know.
assuming not
In
Paris, New
France.
York.
I'm not sure I saw that on Facebook and she doesn't leave much off Facebook.
You stalk her on Facebook?
It's a random mathematical equation when it pops up.
Uh-huh.
I think we've all gotten smarter not to post stuff until we get back from a trip that people don't know we left.
Oh, I know. Now we're going somewhere, we do not have, not put on it.
Yeah. Back and you post everything.
Are you back?
Second.
All right, we'll go into care. Would you introduce the entire team?
Marissa Drano, care specialist. I'm Maggie King, care specialist. I'm Marisha Garcia, administrative aide. Do we just go straight into it?
What?
Do we just go straight to this? Is my very first time.
Yep. Well, do not feel compelled to go through that budget line by line.
Right.
Tell us the high points of care and what you do. Or doing.
Why are you looking at? I can talk about new funds.
Yes, yes. So recently we just received new funds through MHPP. It's mental health prevention and promotion. It is, so these funds are receiving 108,982. And these funds are to help increase access to care for our families and to increase attendance in school. Right now, we only have about 43,000, but they're like slowly increasing it into our budget. I don't know exactly their like timeline on that, but oh, not to spend it, just what we're receiving.
Yeah.
And we were told we were having these funds, that they needed to be spent by June 30th. But we kind of spoke with them and they did say that they wouldn't be taking them away. That was just kind of like the idea. I do know that they are going to be trying to push back the contract to our 25 to 27 biennium.
And we did get this from Fran Pearson, and she chose care herself for us to receive that amount of money. So that we could use it towards mental health, education, and sustainability in our families here in all of Umatilla County. And then we still get, our continued funding is still growing with our schools, as you can see from line 43246 all the way down to 432055. The contribution from the schools has increased with each year that has gone over. We do not foresee any budget cuts from them. We were able to sustain funding during the 2009 cut. If you remember that when the teachers cut, care was not cut in that. And so I know there's some question of what's going to happen with this new bill and cuts with the education program. But we do not foresee us getting any sort of cuts anytime in the future.
That's due to in large part to the cat tax, isn't it? The gross receipts.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, okay.
I think that's the size of the pie.
And we have no generated funds, correct?
There's no general dollars.
There's general dollars. Okay.
Everything that care receives funding wise comes from schools, comes from grants that Jenny writes. Which we've had no issue with so far.
We
Everything
also,
seems to be going well.
yes, and we've also received a grant from St. Anthony's for 85,000. And I believe it's almost on year 3 that we've gotten that. Each time that we've applied for it, they have given that to us. along with the JR funds that we get, from partnership with Dale Primer. And that's with Marissa and Ayana, the two positions that we do have, and then half of her position too comes from those funds. And I believe that's the 293,121 that we get. And then we also do get MAC grant funding, and we get about 100,000 of that a year. And then recently Jenny and Ms. Timmons and Bobby Levy have worked to do the House bill that is 2374. And we've received no shortfalls in that. And if it passes, if I understand correctly, it's hopefully going to be something cared to be statewide.
Would that increase our revenues to Umatilla County?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Do we know what, to what level?
Not quite yet.
What do we get? What do we spend? No, that's just doing the 20 million. If it's 20 million divided by 36.
Well, it's not all 36 counties. They're looking at about 7 counties
7,
for a pilot program.
20 million divided by 7?
Plus the state oversight,
Yeah, and it's over a biennium 2 year.
plus the state oversight.
I think you and Jenny, I think she put in for like 2 million, and then Bobby Levy put in actually for 10 million. So we're not sure where that's at, but so far it's been doing really good.
Pushing ahead.
And we've also been able to maintain our phones, cars, and employees off of our budget. And we would in the future like to add 2 more positions to the CARE program because we are growing, and each of us usually takes around a caseload of 124 families a year, school year.
Must be doing a good job in the schools because there's absolutely no rhyme or reason to how they contribute. It's not per pupil.
Yeah, and we
Contribution.
keep bringing kids in, so, I mean, a lot of the schools, what we bring for 2 kids is what they pay us, so they really love collaborating with us. We come to a lot of meetings kind of as that neutral party for them between the parents and the school. And so they see us as a huge essential person to keep within the schools.
Well, originally founded on how much, I mean, the extra kids that wouldn't be there if it weren't for CARE.
Right.
And they're worth quite a bit apiece.
Mhm.
Yeah, is it 12? I think it's
12,000 a kid.
Yeah.
Can I talk about the truancy? That's been kind of a rough road so far, to say the least. Do you have
been a
any
journey.
of you want to mention, talk about it?
Like the journey that we've been on.
Well,
Or the fact that there's like 35,000 kids that are in school. right now.
well, no, what happened is that our parenting effectiveness program, it goes through Judge Temple and then Judge Hill. Yeah, anyway, Judge Temple is, she's taken, I think, a couple of these cases. Anyway, we've had some rough starts to that, to say the least. And so it's a learning curve, but I think that schools are on board with it. Superintendents are definitely on board with it. And it certainly has given those schools leverage to get those kids back in the classroom, so.
I know personally, because of the new truancy law being back in, that I was able to get a kid back into Sunridge with letting them know that this is what, if the child does not, he was 10 days off and he's a middle school kid. And so I talked to mom and dad and the child and let them know, if you do not get your kiddo back in school and he starts going regularly, there's a chance he'll be fined $500. And so mom and dad do not have that kind of means, and this kid has been starting back at school. And so it has sort of worked with some of our families as a way of getting kids back in school and making us more the bad guys, because I think the parents don't want to be the ones to be the bad guys when it comes down to it. The parents aren't wanting to parent right now, so having us kind of be that, well, the CARE program, the school's making me, or do you want me to get, $500 fine, or they always say go to jail, but I'm not taking you to jail. But whatever they need to get kids going to school, it seems really work.
Got a quick question. On your SAH, and I don't even know what that grant is, but your expenses,
Oh, that's like.
your expenses, Actually, you've been trending up, but you budgeted about half.
Well, I know we were gonna.
I'm sorry, 590067. 128.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Can you repeat your question?
You, actually, your expenses on that have been trending up, but you budgeted about half of last year's budget.
Honestly, I'm not certain.
Well, I
why.
know, I do know with that, we didn't spend the full 85,000 when we the second year we received it, and then we reapplied, and then we got another 85 and dumped it back into that account. So we haven't spent the first 85,000.
You spent 95,923.
So during this fiscal year, they actually received 100, they actually received it kind of twice.
Yeah.
Oh,
And so they're
next
they're
year's
spending off the first one and the second one,
Yeah.
but generally speaking, they get $85,000 a year.
The expectation is 85,000, not the budget of 170
Yeah.
last year. Cleared that up.
I remember 26 years ago when we scraped together $32,000 or something like that for care. It's a long time ago.
You see a real benefit in us. You see us in the hospitals. DHS really uses us. DPD really uses us. We
Yeah,
use-
St. Anthony's. Gobi doesn't contribute anymore.
No, a previous commissioner was billing them like $100,000 a year and they, for no reason.
And they paid,
That was when COVID hit, they
That's
stopped
good.
giving us that
Yeah.
fund.
they paid $100,000 a year because we billed them. Then finally they called and said, why are you billing us $100,000?
And you're paying it.
Yeah, you're paying us. And then they stopped.
I was during COVID, so that'd be really rough. That's when we picked up, I think, that grant of public health, and we
Yeah.
delivered COVID boxes to families all over Umatilla County.
How long have each of you guys been with CARE?
3 years,
Okay,
10 years.
I just hit my year mark.
there you go.
Has it only been a year?
Yeah. With care, she was up here earlier.
That's true.
Yeah, I remember seeing her.
She used to kick us around. So.
You guys have any more questions for us?
No, thank you.
I think you do great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was pretty painless, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think go ahead, public health is what's the way to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for showing me pictures.
Yeah. Got a couple nursing
You can
students.
take care of the projector on the screen.
I would be happy to share pictures of my son. That would be much more enjoyable.
I got to see them earlier.
All right, you guys ready for me to jump in?
Yep.
Okay, so the first budget that we have that we're going to talk about is our home visiting budget. This supports our nurse family partnership program that provides home visiting services with a nurse to first-time moms from pregnancy until baby turns 2. This is primarily funded through a federal McBee block grant, targeted case management money from Medicaid at the state, and revenue from and general fund.
Are you worried about Medicaid funding?
So, I obviously have no additional new information on that piece, but Medicaid funding is an important piece that we get through targeted case management. And right now, so last year in the short cycle,
there was legislation that passed that for targeted case management billing in Oregon, we didn't have to pay our match. So in this current budget that we're in right now, we're not paying the county match dollars to receive the revenue that we get for billing for our home visiting services, which has brought in more, retained more revenue for us within this budget. And in the long session right now, there's a bill for keeping that permanently, that we won't have to pay that match. And we budgeted for it just in case that doesn't pass. And I don't know how much Medicaid being up in the air is affecting that bill, but things are looking favorable so far. But that revenue is definitely really important to helping us to sustain this service. And I haven't heard anything to be concerned. Same with our federal block grant. I haven't heard anything to be concerned at this time, but this upcoming budget cycle for it.
I've got a question on 4322065, the GRI contract salary reimbursement. That figure has changed quite a bit.
Which one?
It's 4322065, GRI contract salary
Well,
reimbursement.
that's,
What
that's,
issue?
that's from the care
Oh,
budget,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna, never mind.
Okay.
but you can ask me that question later.
Oh, I missed that.
Not the answer to that question.
I was just testing.
You don't get questions, just keep charging on it.
All right, okay. So moving on, our next budget is our communicable disease program. So this supports our communicable disease staff that kind of since COVID, this has been whittling down a little bit, the size of the staff and the funding that's continuing to support this, but there is some new state funding that's coming in that's through federal resources that's going to continue to sustain our team where they're at right now. This budget also supports our public health emergency preparedness services and program and some of our clinical services around STI testing.
Good question. Page 130 and 560024. A substantial increase in facility expenses. Is that because of the Hermiston facility, or I'm just curious what that is?
That's us.
Um,
It's back on the home visit program.
yeah,
Which,
I'm back on the home visits, 130.
116,000.
Light item 560024.
I think that is more related to what happens in Hermiston, but
That's what
I'd
I
have to review that.
I would guess, but I just guess.
Then that would be an adjustment to their budget that I make.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Any questions on our communicable disease program budget?
Is that where the original COVID tracers would be?
Yeah, so that's what I was referencing. We've had some several of them were set up to renew. This budget is interesting with its revenue stream. So some of the COVID money, that's all been, we've all spent that.
Sure. Yeah.
There's been some stops put on that at the federal level that Oregon's fighting back against, but for us at our county level, we've already spent those pieces that are in question for our STI funding that we get, or for our general program element money that we get for communicable disease. That so far hasn't been in question on continuing, and those are set on the 2-year biennial cycle with OJ.
So how many tracers do you have right now, or trackers?
Okay, so we have a supervisor, we have 2 health educators that are like lead on investigating all cases, and then there is 1 filled and 1 vacant contact tracer position and an epidemiologist. And some of that staffing is also supported through our regional modernization public health money that we get too.
So upstairs, there's 3 people there?
There's, I think I was at 5.
5? Okay. Got it. All right, thanks.
And your building is full, right?
Yes, our building is full here in Pendleton and in Hermiston. They're out of.
Remember all that
space.
extra space you had in
Out of
Hermiston?
space.
Yeah, it's gone.
I know. I was
Still
down there
under
the other
privilege.
day and it was like, oh.
I have one more question. On your communicable disease, can you actually get into those schools with this?
Some schools, yes. And it also can depend on what the topic is, because we will do hand washing education. And then we also like to do STI education as well at higher grade levels. And we've been in several schools, and it's just dependent on what each school wants, needs, or assist work. We also do, we've also been doing a big education push this last year with long-term care facilities.
Senior STD issues.
Respiratory infection prevention.
And that one.
Well, they
bill-
do have issues.
That one,
way,
yeah,
you
they had a
know?
billboard for it. I died.
Kind of sad.
All right, this next budget is for our environmental health programs. Specifically, this is food, pool, and lodging licensing and childcare facilities. And this is a budget that's fully supported by its fees that are charged to facilities.
Wait, which one are we on? Is it, we're not on 55.
Page 134.
What counties are you covering?
For food, pool, lodging, it is Umatilla, Morrow, and Gillum.
Yeah, it's an environmental health.
If I'm reading these, if I'm reading these, some of these budgets correctly, are your non-employee related costs almost 80%, 75%?
It's not
Excuse me?
134, it's 132.
I'm looking through some of these. It looks like the related cost for employees is like 75%.
Oh, probably at least.
Hers went up quite a bit.
It was,
Hers went up.
that
Yeah,
was making.
I would say that's,
It's a
It's
big
like 80%.
factor.
I would say that's correct.
Wow.
It's jumped.
Health insurance and all those other, and all the PERS stuff it's a lot.
On the environmental health program, can you give us an estimate on how many food trucks in the 5-county area? Is there 100,
Oh,
200?
specifically food trucks?
Yeah.
I wish I knew. And that is a number I can get back to you on. It's just not a number I have at the top of my head, but we can pull that in our system and we can pull that by county.
It kind of be neat to see that brick and mortar restaurants that you inspect and food trucks that you inspect.
So in answer to your question, George, just in this budget, I just did some quick math and PERS in itself is over 30% of salary. And so it's closer, probably closer. It's not too, doesn't miss 40 by much. And then when you add in insurance, which is another, in this case, between 30 and 35%, 80 is not hard to get to.
So if we have higher employees, almost double.
Right. Right. And depending on their salary range, obviously,
Yeah, sure.
you know, I think once we get into a little higher salary range, then the health insurance doesn't have as huge an impact, but on the vast majority of employees, insurance is between 35 and 40% roughly. And then PERS is another 35 or 40%. And then you have
That
a variety of
just
other
seems like
things.
it's gone up enormously.
And if they have a family, it's more. So that like doubles it for medical.
And then the other question I have for maybe you and Robert is, does the state set the inspection fee charge or can we adjust that?
So there's a fee that we have to pay to the state for all the facilities as well. So there's a fee from the state. And then the fee that we set locally is set by us. And so we have a portion of that has to go to the state and then a portion of it is retained here that covers our budget. But there is a set fee that we have to pass through to the state.
I remember seeing that a while But it's been a while since we looked at that fee, right?
Yes, and I do believe Joe is bringing both, I think I skipped commenting that on-site septic is 5514 and I skipped a food pool.
That's right.
Yeah, that's my hang up.
Both of those septic and food pool lodging fees, Joe will be bringing through the process. I think it's usually in May with Doug
Okay.
to propose new fees, because Joe said there's a fee increase with DEQ for septic that's gonna be coming that we need to
Yeah.
tag into our fees, because we have to pay that regardless.
It's gonna make a lot of people mad. It's big.
There's no revenue from the state.
The revenue is from the fees that we charge the facilities or the homeowners for septic,
Then you gotta send some of that back to the
and it has to
state.
go back to the state, yeah, so they get revenue from us.
Do you know how we compare to, I mean, obviously we do these services for several local counties, but another county that does that, or are fees similar for restaurant and that sort of thing?
Good question.
Okay.
For Joe.
Sarah said that there's 166 active food trucks.
Excellent. She's sitting, yes,
She's
Sarah,
watching.
our accountant is watching and sits right next to our
166.
EH
Wow.
assistant.
Wow.
Thanks, Sarah.
Let's say 10 years ago, there were 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did she say if that's for all 3 of our counties? Because we're in Gillum, Umatilla, and more for on-site septic and food pool lodging. But I would, yeah, I would think most of those are in Umatilla,
Is this voluntary
but, which part?
to do the inspection?
For septic, no. For, well, in food pool lodging, no, also, you have to have these inspections, but I guess it's voluntary to open a restaurant with a septic. Got a well, you're gonna have to. go through this
I mean, is it voluntary for us to provide this?
Oh, yeah, you could, it has to be provided as far as does Umatilla County have to be the one staffing and doing it? No, I mean, just like how Gillum and Morrow contract with us to do it.
I don't think the state has inspectors at this point. I guess we could turn it back to them.
Yeah, I think when other counties have handed back EH services.
The
it-
states reach back out.
Right, to find another county to pick it up, or they have to find that inspector services contracting.
It's kind of like the state building folks.
I know.
If you wait on the state building folks, you gotta wait. I mean, in the unincorporated areas, that's a long way. The cities probably get permits out in 1/10 of the time that the state does.
It just seems like
Yeah.
if they continue to become more onerous, counties just go. Heck,
I mean, we've been asked for other counties if we would contract to do other counties still, so I know that it's a
By the state, right?
expensive
I think
uh,
Wasco County just reached out. Yeah.
it's an expensive program to administer, especially with the fees you have to pass back up to the state. And these are all licensed inspectors. You have to maintain it takes 2 years to get an inspector licensed, and then you maintain that licensure, and it's a big deal, and it's an important service to the community to,
Absolutely.
especially in a county where we have a lot of large events, and our inspectors are at all of those public events that happen in the summer. They work a lot of weekends and a lot of nights, being at all of the events to be safe.
I don't know if we've talked about that recently, but it appears that those health inspections are something that the events might not like, but quite the opposite. They want them
Yeah, you're
because of the liability.
you're 100% right. I mean, back in the day, some of those vendors, even at the fair, did everything in the world not to get inspected. I mean, it was amazing. But today, because of the competition between the food trucks, I think they're calling you guys pretty much early, and they're doing multiple events. So, I mean, they need to get it done. Yeah.
That's a liability if they, I mean, like the roundup, if the health department closes the roundup down the first day.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happens?
That's right. No, you're right.
Cindy's phone will blow up.
What?
Cindy's phone will blow up.
Well, but I mean,
No, you're right, George.
it's conceivable. It could happen.
No, it's an important cog. Well, same with the sewer inspection or the, whatever, you call them, the sewer inspections. It used to be, well, we still have a lot of people that kind of midnight sewage systems, but the homeowners, when they go to sell, now that we have a lot of turnover in homes, yeah, it's, if you install, how long does it take, Byron, to kind of schedule? Up to 6 weeks?
Oh, it's before they can go out. We do have another septic inspector as well. I don't know what their current turnaround times are, but it takes a lot of time because there's a huge, even in food lodging, like our inspectors are slammed busy getting to all of these different required facilities.
If you're selling your house in an unincorporated area and it comes to closing and you don't have that sewer permit, it could hold up a sale for a long, and they have, that long time. I mean, that's when Michael, crazy. And it's their own, in most cases, it's their fault because they put it in or did it without a permit to start with.
See, this is why we're gonna be late right here.
Yes, okay,
I
sorry.
know that.
All right,
Sorry.
so any other environmental health questions come up, let me know and I can pass them along. So I'm now looking at 55170. This is our regional public health modernization budget. It's titled Healthy Oregon Modernization East is the name of the collaborative. We're currently working in Umatilla, Morrow, Union, Grant, Baker, Wheeler, Harney, Lake, and Malheur counties. Two of those counties might be dropping for next year, but that doesn't affect the regional collaborative piece. That'll still be going on. And that's all supported. This one's pays for itself through the funding that we get from the state to do this work. And then our next budget related to that is our local Umatilla County Public Health Modernization work. So it does similar work as the regional group, but this is doing the work specifically just for Umatilla County. And again, it supports itself through the fees from the state. For both of those programs, the topics continue to be health equity and climate adaptation. And there's been some other topics that may be coming through. It all depends on how much funding the legislative cycle approves each 2 years. If more public health modernization topics are addressed, it's funding increases.
So is that, this line item 441055, is that one, federal dollars or is that,
That is all state.
that's it state?
Yeah.
Okay.
To my knowledge, none of that comes federally. Okay,
Is the current water testing stuff they've gone through in Boardman and my area,
great question.
is funded through one of these?
It's not funded through one that we've talked about yet, but it's coming.
Oh.
That one's funded through our general public health budget and gets funding from state and federal resources. Yeah,
Thank you.
good question. The next one in the list is our family planning budget, or reproductive health. This supports our clinical services out of our Pendleton and Hermiston-based clinics, providing services to Umatilla County residents directly.
Quick question, are you into schools on this one?
With this budget, no. They might do education in the schools.
Thank you.
The next budget is our public health administration budget, 55340. This one will support well water work, groundwater work. And this also just supports in general, kind of our ad hoc public health services like vital records, administration of our department, our community health assessment that we conduct every 5 years. We're due to be doing that this next fiscal year, our community health improvement plan, kind of anything that's overall the entire scope of what we do public health wise is kind of landing in this budget. In our next budget, it's titled Child and Maternal Health Year 55490. That's actually our immunization budget. Again, supporting our Pendleton and Hermiston clinics and providing immunizations both for children and adults. There's only a couple of vaccines that we don't carry. And then after that is, this one's titled School-Based Health Center 56380. This one is for our two Pendleton School-Based Health Centers, one at Sunridge Middle School, one at Pendleton High School. It has a nurse practitioner, some front office staff, as well as mental health counselors that we contract with through CCS. Been in operation for quite a while now. They're, and this is fully supported through adult fees. It doesn't utilize any general fund and funding that we get from the state. The next budget right after that one, it says SVHC HHS. That's what we've titled Hermiston Student Health Center. They opened in November, and that was their first year operating at Hermiston High School. They serve the entire Hermiston School District. Right now, it's just a nurse practitioner and a front office staff member. We don't have integrated mental health services at this time, but should be potentially coming in the future. And they are also certified through the state. So it's not projected in the budget in this one, because I didn't know at the time how it was gonna go, but last month we got certified with the state to be a school-based health center, which means we'll be wrapped into that state money for this budget next year. I do what I can to bring in revenues for this program, but whatever the revenues we bring in, whatever that it doesn't cover, Hermiston School District pays the remaining amount. So again, it's not a budget that uses general fund. And then our last budget at the end is called Wellness Program 56400. And this supports all of our health prevention promotion activities such as tobacco, alcohol and drug, overdose, problem gambling prevention, and any other prevention dollars that we receive comes out of this budget. It supports itself through the fees that we get from state funding and does not use general fund either.
Did you introduce the two shadows?
Yeah, I'm happy to. This is Sophie and Ruby. They are nursing students through EOU with the OHSU ESN nursing program.
And they're gonna come and work for us when they graduate, right?
That would be great.
Grow your own.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful.
Alicia, I have a
What year are you guys in school?
We're juniors.
Juniors?
What year did EOU bring back nursing?
I've been having nursing students the whole time I've worked with the county and I've been here for 11 years. So, you know.
My daughter, I guess it was more like closer to 18 years, was in the middle of the program and they stopped the program.
Oh,
Oh, no.
I have a question on immunization. How much education do you do for parenting or to get their children immunized?
Within the clinic, we're always doing that as far as community-based education goes around immunizations. Not a ton is kind of written into what we do within that budget, but we did get a grant, a federal grant this last year that's helping us to develop some materials to do some parent-facing broad across the whole community education. And we work with some other community partners that do parent education too.
Thank you, Alicia. That was very informative.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia.
All right, thank you guys. Have a great rest of your meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for being here.
I'm trying to do your derisive remarks on schedule.
Me? What?
You're telling Molly why we're.
I was.
And it's usually true.
Who?
You.
Not yet. Got a little time left.
Digging up? I told you not to bring him last night.
John trying to push me out the door.
Hi, Tammy.
Hi, Tammy. Hi.
How are you
Hi,
back
Digna.
there?
Right on Facebook, you're gone.
Huh?
I saw something on Facebook.
No, I'm not gone yet. I got a
My
couple
guess
years
is
left
that
to go.
that's really.
Like John kicked me out early.
Depends on how long you take today.
I intend to give you some time back if that's all right.
I'm okay with that.
Good to see you.
You as well. We all know how good I am at brevity.
I know. That's why I
I've
was-
learned that word the last few days.
that's why I was trying not to cringe.
He learned the word, but he doesn't know the meaning of it.
Oh,
See what happens when I'm nervous?
Shots fired already.
Right across the bow.
Right across. I don't even know if it was a cross. I think you took it straight to the stern. May have been
Sorry, I
direct-
get nervous and things come
I
up.
said nervous.
that was priceless. All right,
The abuse.
make your introductions first.
So I'm Dale Primer. I'm the Director of Community Justice Program, which involves two divisions, the Adult Parole and Probation Department and the Juvenile Division. I'll speak to the adult side. Digna will speak to the juvenile side. So this is Digna Moreno. She's our Deputy Director of the Juvenile Division. And behind me is our Administrative Assistant Tammy Sundin. So if there's any kind of granular detail then she will be the brains of that conversation.
She's the adult supervision.
She mostly, yeah. As Kane.
Well, you do not need to go through line by line, just high points.
Yeah. So we'll start with the adult stuff. There's three budgets primarily that you'll see: 1527, 1531, 1532. As it relates to the adult side, there are no general funds attached to these budgets. So I'm not here to ask for anything or to have you make any decisions about where money might come from in order to do something that we need to do. So the adult community corrections historically, it is a kind of a blended division or blended department, meaning that we're county operated but state funded. So that occurred in 1995. Senate Bill 1145 passed, and that transferred the authority to run these operations through the county, but funded through the state through a funding formula that's been developed and modified over the years. So the budget that I proposed at this point is best guess, because again, our budget is determined through the legislature, and they're, as you might know, going through all their stuff right now, and we're in what they call a cost study year, where we're asking for the work to be funded at a level that's determined in a cost study that occurs every 6 years. So we're at that point in time. We've been lobbying the legislature for that effort. John, thanks for your help on that. And all things look fairly positive at this point. So the budget that I've built is based on the governor's proposed budget, which is a statewide budget of $332 million. Our budget is determined by what they call our allocation share. So if they take the total number of people on supervision, which statewide is about 23,000, and they say Umatilla County, you have 570. You realize you come up with that we're about 2.2% of the budget. So you run 2.2 into 332 million, and you'll come up with a budget that's roughly $7.2 million for a biennium. So that's the budget I've prepared. The high points, George, are that our last budget, all included, was about 280 million. So it looks on its face to be a fair amount increase, but our share, kind of goes up and down. So last biennium, our share was 2.59% of the population. This year, we're 2.19% of the population. So every 1/10 of a percent is about $200,000 a biennium for me. So even though the total budget is roughly $40 million more, 45 anyway, it's pretty much a status quo budget for me. It's about $600,000 additional, but when you add in some other baked in expenses that are coming this biennium, between first costs, between collective bargaining agreements, and the amount of grant support now that I have to do for justice reinvestment, we'll get into that for 1552. I'm actually going to be spending into my contingencies, so it won't be a growth budget for me, even if the cost study is funded. So And that's not a problem with the formula or anything like that. It's just some years you win on the allocation forecast, sometimes you lose on the allocation forecast. And a lot of that just depends on how many cases are getting out of the DA's office and, you know, we've all heard about, you know, defense bar shortages. And so it's not that the number of criminals in our community have gone down or the behaviors have gone away. It's just there's things that are causing those things to get caked up. And they do that population snapshot in April. Well, no, they do it September, October, November to determine your allocation share, and then they do an April forecast to determine trend, if you're growing or if you're shrinking. So, so sometimes if you get a slow couple months at the same time they're pulling the numbers, you kind of eat it a little bit, and then it's kind of fun case. So, some of the highlights. If you look at the numbers, it shows that we're starting with a beginning fund balance of about $1.3 million in cash reserves. And if you were to go to the end of the budget, you would see that we would spend it. We spent every dollar we budgeted. We would spend that down to about $200,000 by the end of the first year. But there are some things in there that will cause that not to occur. Specifically, if you go to personnel, Robert's numbers has we had about $4 million in personnel. But if you look at what we've spent 6 months into the biennium, we're at about 1.3 million. So if you were to double that, we'd have 2.6, not 4 million. Some of that is we've had some retirements. We have some positions that are still showing up in there, and that given the current budget forecast will likely not fill. So we'll underspend in that area. Which will likely make up that difference. So I think we'll probably, even though there's those cost increases, we'll spend into that contingency sum, but not to the degree that the budget would reflect. Simply because the first offset. There's other things that are going to come that are going to put some pressures on our budget, mostly related to House Bill 4002. If you're not familiar with House Bill 4002, that was the bill that kind of unraveled or put back in place some of the things that were done under Measure 110 in terms of decriminalization of drugs. So I've got some data that will show why I'm keeping my eye on that. So House Bill 4002 took effect in September, where they created what they call drug enforcement misdemeanor cases. In cases they're a funded supervised case now. They'll bring people back on the supervision. But if you were to look at the data, since September, statewide, there have been 6,580 arrests for those crimes. And the DAs have filed on 4,263 of those cases. Only 432 of them have shown up to be on probation. That would show up into our funding formula. So roughly at this point, there's about 3,800 of them that are kind of midstream that are coming statewide. Our county, there have been 233 arrests, 106 filings, and only nine of them showed up. So presuming that number of arrests and filings continue to go at the same rate, and at some point those cases will start coming out of the back end, it's going to put some pressures on staff. Figure about each caseload is roughly 50, 55 people. So there is some hydraulics involved because, you know, they're on supervision for a year. So some come on, some will go off. Prior to Measure 110, we ran about 130 of them of possession controlled substance cases on supervision at any given time.
Are there any deflection, people taking the deflection option?
Yeah, I think not a lot.
Yeah.
You know, last I knew it was like 5 in our county, you know, a couple hundred statewide. So that's certainly going to be a conversation in the future because I know the state is funding those deflection programs to the tune of about $40 million statewide. And you start doing the math, it starts working out to about 50 grand per deflected case.
Money doesn't add up.
Yeah, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah.
So sooner or later, somebody's gonna start doing that.
Yeah.
Politics get involved there. Most common drug that is still meth by about 2 to 1, methamphetamine, fentanyl, number 2 now, which is interesting because, years ago when I first started, opioid, our convictions were about 4% of our convictions, and now they're third, half. So that speaks to the fentanyl issues. So that's the gist of 1527, and if you have any questions on it, but the main points on that is that no real growth, nothing in it that's shocking or scaring me at this point. I think we're going to be able to at least bridge this biennium through our cash reserves. The next budget you'll have is 1531. That is our transitional house. So in about 2009, we received a grant from the federal government for $250,000 to build a transition house. It's out there by the jail next to the detox facility. It's a 13-bed modular home that we use for people that are mostly coming out of prison without resource, but sometimes it's people in the community that might otherwise be homeless. And we have some resource where we put them in there for transitional housing for some time way. And they get jobs, save money, and get back on their feet. We charge a whopping $200 a month in rent for those folks. Some of them pay, some don't. We have to work on that a little bit, but generally we have to subsidize it. What about $6,000-$7,000 a year?
Sometimes more than 20 or 15.
Depending on the maintenance. So we subsidize that out of our 1527 funds, and keep it going. So it's
What's the occupancy dip?
it's generally always full.
100%.
During COVID, we had to knock it down because it's double bunk, there's bunk beds in there. So during COVID, we had to drop it down to 7. So we weren't.
Had 2 people staff now. Or 3.
What now?
How many people staff that?
0. It's unstaffed. It's just, our POs are up there basically every day, checking on people and going through the house and doing other stuff. But we try to find somebody who's doing fairly well on supervision and let them live there rent free and kind of be our house manager. But it's just generally somebody who will just tattle on other people and tell us when somebody doesn't come back. We have our mole. Yeah. We got it. So generally
Aren't there some who've lived there a long time?
well, yeah, we have some people that, just because of the nature of their crimes and what they've done, or maybe they're on lifetime parole or something like that. I mean, yeah, we've got some folks that putting them in the community and knocking on doors and saying, hey, congratulations to your new neighbor is something we try to avoid for some folks. And you can probably imagine what those crimes are. So yeah, we have some folks that they get out and, maybe they have resources, but that, the nature of their crimes and their attitudes toward their crimes are like, no, you're gonna let it here until we get some things settled for you. So some people it's a choice, some people not as much, depending on who they are and what their issues are.
Is it men and women or
No,
just men?
Just men.
Just men. What happens with the women?
I spend a lot of money getting them into, we do we do a lot of temporary stuff, working through whether it's hotels or whatever, but we do a fair amount of first and last to get people in, whether it's auction houses, whatever. But generally, we don't have as much of an issue with the women finding housing. The crime types that they have, are generally easier, right? I mean, let's face it. I mean, taking somebody who just got out of prison on a sex offense and going out and finding housing for them is a little bit more difficult than somebody that might have a forgery conviction, right? Or something like that. And they generally don't burn their family bridges the same way that a lot of male offenders do. So it's not as much of an issue. And then as we get into 1532, our contract with CARE. So when we do have those folks that are in that circumstance, generally we can get them into some kind of temporary housing situation and then, turn it over to CARE and they can start feeding the bushes and usually fairly quickly find them something more stable, more long-term, but it's not nearly the issue on the women's side that it is on the males. The last budget I have is 1532. That's the justice reinvestment budget. So justice reinvestment was House Bill or Senate Bill 3194 that passed in 2013. If you recall, in 2013, the state was on the brink of having to build yet again another prison. They were going to have to construct a prison in Junction City. And they came to local counties, community corrections offices, DAs, new res, and said, can you guys do something to divert people through dispositional departures to keep people on supervision in the county and slow prison growth down to avoid this cost? And if you're able to do that, we will reinvest those monies into the communities through program dollars. The first biennium in 2013 was about $15 million. In 2015, that amount raised to 52 million, and it has basically stuck at about 52 to 55 cents. So in 2015, justice reinvestment money coming into Umatilla County was roughly $1 million. It's still roughly $1 million 10 years later. It was enough at that point for us to fund about 5 programs, and now it funds 3 and not even fully 3. We're looking to our budget. I'm now supplementing JRI to the tune of almost $300,000 biennium just to maintain the 3 programs that we currently have. So, John, that's one of our future efforts is that, state has a tendency of doing this. So get these programs going out, tell you where we're going to fully fund it, and then not even come close to keeping up with the inflationary growth that comes with it. So it starts off fully funded and then starts getting minimally subsidized, and then pretty soon, at the current rate, next biennium, I won't be funding it or subsidizing it to the tune of 300,000. I'll be subsidizing it to the tune of 600,000 or 700,000, and pretty soon that becomes untenable, and pretty soon I can't afford your grant anymore. And toodles. So, but through the Justice Reinvestment Program, we fund 3 primary programs. You guys are familiar with the CARE program?
They just were here.
So you know what they do. So we fund 3 positions out of the CARE program to help us with our folks that Cindy was just talking about that come out, they lack resource, or they just need somebody there to kind of help facilitate connecting them up to resource. So our POs will make referrals to those folks, and then they'll kind of do the first job of getting those things connected up. So POs spend their time actually on the supervision components rather than driving them around town and doing a lot of the legwork that comes along with that. So that's been helpful for us.
There's some correlation between that and the family.
What now, George?
It's some correlation between what you're doing and the family.
Sure. Yeah.
So they don't become problems.
Yeah, multi-generational.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, for sure. So if they've got kids or if they got basic needs or those kinds of things, one of the analogy that I use is that when people come out of prison, everybody has basic needs. Don't care who you are, you got basic needs. I mean, food, shelter, those kinds of things. Our folks come with a certain skill set that we would like them not to use. Right? But they're going to meet those basic needs one way or another. They can either do that through pro-social means, or they can do that through anti-social means. So left to their own devices, they're going to meet those needs one way or another. So we would rather them do that through ways that don't create new victims. So we bring CARE in and our POs and various things that when those needs are out there, we spend, like as we were mentioning earlier, whether it's housing or whether it's medication, whether it's food, whether it's clothing. There are a lot of things that we do out of our department that I don't think the average person really knows. And quietly do it. And, you know, it was one of the conversations I had with our legislators when, Measure 110 was being discussed. And I told them then, if you're about to pull the lid off of something, you're not gonna be able to get the lid back on, at least not very quickly. And there's a lot of things that we do. There's a lot of systems we're involved in, and we keep a lid on a lot of things that people just don't know. And these programs help us do that. So the second program that we fund is, we call it day management. We've got 2 staff in our office that are, that deliver cognitive behavioral therapy and substance abuse treatment that we deliver out of our office. And they're, so we have our in-house treatment programs, and then we also have one person that's embedded in the jail to deliver those same programs in the jail. So they can start their programming while they're in jail. They can coordinate all of their post-release activities. So when they walk out of the jail, their programming is already in place, set up, and ready to go. So that, you know, otherwise if they were to come out of jail, you know, they come in, they meet with a PO, they get a risk assessment done, they get a referral, they go down to CCS, CCS gives them an appointment, they come back for their appointment, they get an assessment. And after they get their assessment, they get assigned to a group, and from the time they walk out of the jail to the time they're sitting in a treatment group might be a month. For our folks, going a month without any intervention as it relates to those kinds of services, you know what's gonna happen, right? A lot of times they take off, they continue to use them, they're afraid they're gonna go back to jail, the PO's gonna sanction them, so then they take off, they come back, they have new crimes, and so it goes. So we put that service in the jail so we can kind of break that cycle, get it started while they're there, build the, you know, the referrals out into the community, so when they walk out, it's already in place.
Are you successful?
Yeah, I think the success is sometimes hard to measure because we always want to look at recidivism as the tool to measure that. But, you know, recidivism is kind of a blunt instrument. You know, I mean, when I say a blunt instrument, recidivism, you can take somebody that's committing 10 crimes a year and now they're committing 1 crime a year. That's still 100% recidivism, right? But it's 9 fewer victims. So we have to, you know, it's hard to measure the things that don't happen. It's hard to measure, you know, prove the negative, so to speak, you know, what didn't happen because of things. So,
But we also see it as them showing up and checking in. That's a
Yeah.
Success, them keeping a house for 30 days, that's a success. Them not having their kids taken from VHS because they're RT or because they care, we see it as success. That's difficult to measure and show that because you're not constantly having data. So typically our system is measured by recidivism, which doesn't tell the whole story.
Good point.
no, and you'll be interested in this also, Commissioner, is that Jason. So he's running all of our programming in the jail, but we've been talking to him recently, and he's got a little extra time 1 day a week. So we're sending him out to Milk Free Water, where he's going to run programming in the community out Milk Free Water office for our folks. And so we're expanding some of our services to the north end here shortly. So we're doing some things there. So that's the high flyover on 3 budgets related to the adult division. So I'll open that up in questions if anybody has any.
You get up lucky.
There you go.
That's very comprehensive, yeah.
Oh,
Fire away.
yeah.
Second.
There isn't really any, the highlights on my budget is, on the personnel side, we've added a new position, which will result in a reclassification of a current employee. The difference of that will come out of our grants that we get from the Oregon Youth Authority. So in my system, we have Oregon Youth Authority, which is sort of DOC for Dell system. And there's some pass-through dollars that come from legislature. So one of them is our basic grants. So that grant will cover the cost. We use it to now cover the cost for the lead position. We use it to cover costs for the DA's office. Historically, we used it to cover costs for care. However, I've moved care into a different grant to invest in our department. And we use it to be able to pay for services like sex offender treatment, sex offender evaluation, polygraphs, insurance, or urge people not pay for those services, as they don't fall under the DSM or any, it's not, when kids sexually act out, it's not considered a mental health diagnosis. So therefore, the cost comes out of our pocket. And in the last several years, the law came out that the juvenile departments can no longer charge fees for kids. So we no longer can fine them for detention fees or collect fees on for supervision of any sort. And whenever we ask them to go get a service, if they don't have the means to pay for that, then we've got to pay for those services. So I use the grant dollars to cover those services. This year, for example, we're using, I'm going to be looking at some dash cams to pay, to hopefully add into our transfer cards, because recently we've had some incidents where my peers are having some issues with the west side of the county. So we've got a big gang issue out there. And so my peers were followed for between here and Stanfield. And so there's some interesting things have been going on in the car as well, where kids are acting out. So to ensure their safety and my staff safety, we're going to add some dash cams to that. And so that will come out of the basic the basic grant. So the other position that we were going to be combined between Dale and I's budget was a victims advocate. And so I'm not sure if that's still, I think we're waiting to see what happens from their budget, see what they're going to be funded at, to see if we're going to follow through with that. But that is another position that we're going to be funding through the grant, basic grant dollars. The other grant we have is prevention. And that money will support fully the care program. But as I always say, like, those monies are coming from legislation. So we were just recently told that there's a potential of some cuts that may be coming from that. I just learned that a week ago at our last directors meeting. And so although our grant manager feels confident that prevention dollars will not be touched, there is the potential of she thought maybe 10-20% cut on that. So I'll be talking to Jenny about that, because I just learned that myself. Other than that, we don't really have any real big changes. Our detention is status quo. We're not making any additional changes. Our contract with Wawa is still for 2 beds, and then we use the additional funding to either pay for kids at the Nelco facility with Dallas, or if I need additional beds for Wawa. And that's pretty much it. I think really on the expunction side, that's a revenue that we have that comes in. Currently, we get paid $206 per case that we expunge. I've been very loud about at our association's meeting about the fact that we need more money, because everything's going up in cost. And so we're looking at asking for about $253, because they're adding additional charges. So we started off with informal and misdemeanor cases. Now they're adding C felonies. And so that's additional work to our department, which is additional cost for printing, postage, and
They're able to expunge a C felony? Does it go, like, is there a certain time frame on that, or is it the
So-
same as a misdemeanor?
it'll be the same as misdemeanor. So
Yeah.
it'll be, and it's not all felonies, it's just the
Just the C,
felonies.
yeah.
Mhm. And so I believe that the kids that we sent to the Oregon Youth Authority, so prison, or we commit for the state, those will not be eligible for expunction. It'll just be kids that remain in our community and that were able to successfully complete their probation. So, but I wouldn't be surprised if eventually those kids also start looking at, and at that point, I will be very loud about saying no to that, because all the kids that we currently have in Oregon Youth Authority are in there for basically gun charges. They are shooting at people, they're running each other over with cars, it's pretty serious stuff. And so I would not want those kids' records to be expunged.
So is that expungement, is that a change in statute or an administrative rule?
It's gonna be a change in statute.
Huh,
So,
interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of the, specifically in the Portland area, Youth Rights Justice, Human Rights Oregon, they're the ones that are, leading that. And initially, the Juvenile Department Association, like the Directors Association was in agreement with the misdemeanors and the formal accountability agreements. We are not so much in, like, we're okay with the felonies on the certain cases where you want to make sure our victims are okay with that they have a voice in that. We have to check their adult records. So it's not just an automatic, they automatically qualify, but we would check with their victims, have to have restitution paid off, check with the DA's office, they have to agree to it. If they don't agree to it, they put in a motion.
So there's some guardrails. there.
Yeah, so there's some guardrails. It's
Okay.
not just, what we mean by automatic, it's just we automatically have to begin the process. So I get a report every day. If a kid turned 18 at midnight, then now we have to, it's our obligation on the juvenile department's side that we have to begin that process. Whereas before, the responsibility fell on the kid to begin that
Right,
process.
right.
And so, the cost is getting a lot. When we did the cost study, I think it was like 5 years ago. And so since then, everything's gone up in cost. And so we're asking for.
Except for the reimbursement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, those are the real big, kind of the big changes. But other than that, everything's status quo in our department. So, yeah.
Jason, I have a question on these C felonies. What would be an example of that? The guns and running people over?
So a criminal mischief one,
So give me an example of what somebody has to do to get that.
so pointing, like carrying a loaded weapon, or when you go out graffiti property and you cause over $1,000 of damage, could be a C felony. What are some of the other ones? Theft one. So it's unfortunately some of those property crimes, we're not necessarily seeing a lot of those. We're seeing more of the carrying concealed weapons, pointing a gun at someone, robbery, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Is what we're seeing on specifically in the Herbst and Umatilla areas where a lot of working activities happening. And so, like we had an incident where a kid was very, very intoxicated, like at 7 o'clock in the morning, and he pointed a gun at somebody. He's a gentleman who was getting ready to go to work, and he was stopped at the gas station to gas up his car, and this kid was going to rob him at gunpoint. Thankfully, he was so drunk that he wasn't able to go down with the bullets, and so he wasn't able to, this had he been able to, he did pull the trigger, so it would have been just a disaster.
Sure.
So he automatically went to the correctional facility. So our numbers, like we kind of make a joke, but we do have, Umatilla County has like its own pod at the correctional facility, unfortunately, because we've got so many kids currently in there. So
That's Walla.
what's it? No, and McLaren.
McLaren, no.
Yeah, in Woodward. So we have two main correctional facilities, what we call them in my world, but they mean prisons. One is McLaren, which is in Woodward, and that only houses males. And then we have Oak Creek, which is in Albany, and that houses our females. And then there's several camps around the state. So in Eastern Oregon, we have one in Burns and one right outside of Union County. And then there's Tillamook and Rogue Valley, and I know I'm missing another one. So those where typically when kids get paroled out from McLaren, they go to one of those camps. And at those camps, then they get paroled out to a residential program such as Homestead or any other program, foster care. We currently have a foster program or family here in Water, actually, that a couple of some of them have been paroled out too. So, but they only take like one kid at a time.
I have one in the Zell. You get the belly up.
The detention facility, no, that's still open.
But they've got some financial issues at Norfolk, don't they? They're looking at shutting down the juvenile side.
So my understanding is that was a conversation that they were having. However, they were able to make it whole, and so they're still on for another year.
Okay.
So our county is part of a consortium, and so we get diversion dollars also from Oregon Youth Authority. And so that consortium has a contract with Norfolk. They've got two different programs. One's the 30-day program, the other one's the Youth Care Center program. So we're able to, they have a contract with us, they have a contract with the Oregon Youth Authority. So between those contracts, and they raised their daily rates. So it used to be, they used to be at 150, now they're at 249.
How much?
$249 a day. So I use Walla Walla, they're 160. So we use them more, Norcore, we only use them when we send them to the program. And then we don't pay out of that, Kojak pays that. So, and then we also have a contract with Josephine County. And so that also is paid for by Kojak. So, so there's a lot of things I get paid through Kojak too.
Would you explain what Kojak is?
It's, the acronym stands for Central Eastern Oregon Juvenile Justice Consortium. So about 30 years ago, there was, our founding fathers, basically, one of them was Bruce Kinch. He was the director here in Umatilla County. They had a meeting, and the metro counties basically were asking for all of these grants to just go to the metro region, because there was their belief that the eastern side of the state did not have any kids on supervision. And so, which was not true. So then they all got together, 17 directors, of a Central Eastern Oregon region got together, and they went to a cabin outside of Berks, I believe. And during that weekend, they developed this contract that basically said, you know, alone, we only have like, you know, $10,000, which is nothing, but together we will have $100,000. Currently, we have $750,000 is what we have total. And so we can bring our money together and create resources to maintain our kids in our community and divert them from going to the correction facility, which is the whole purpose of those diversion dollars. And so there was a contract signed by our board of commissioners. So every county signed a contract. I think it was at that time Commissioner Hansel. I think it was one of the original signers. And since then we've been going strong. And there's Deschutes County. They're sort of like the Multnomah County of Kojak. So they decided to preserve diversion funds. And so we don't get their diversion funds. They keep that to themselves. But even then, we still had 750,000. So because of that money, we're able to send our kids to Joseph County programs and other residential programs. Sometimes they're like, they won't take our kids because of insurance issues. Kojak will pay the bill for that. And so, and then we get individualized dollars, and those are specific dollars that OA gives us that we also combine out of the individualized dollars. I think it's a total of like an additional $50,000, $200,000, which is not a lot, but enough that it keeps us through. So we're able to do some really good stuff with that. I'm currently the chair of that consortium, so that's the only reason I know all.
Say that again?
I'm the chair.
Yeah. I wanted to repeat it.
Only till October. Once October comes, I am.
That's a big deal, though. You're gonna blow it off, but I know it's a big deal. So, and I appreciate your leadership.
It really isn't, but thank you. But yeah, so we do a really good job of doing that, and so we're able to help our other neighbors like Grant County, Wallowa County, that they sometimes don't have the ability because their diversion dollars don't have enough money. So how our diversion dollars are given to the counties is based on population. So as you can imagine, Wallowa County doesn't have as many kids who the ages 10 to 17 is how we get, it's our formula. Whereas in Bells, it's just adults, right? And so ours is just our population. So we get quite a bit of money. Wasco County just recently decided to pull their diversion dollars from Kojak, which is fine. It's only $50,000 sort of biennium, so it doesn't truly affect us a whole lot. And we were able to make some changes in our budget that will keep us full and keep us well and alive. So, so yeah, that's what Kojak does. And then there's another addition to Kojak, it's called it's the Juvenile JCRI, yeah, it's the Juvenile Reinvestment Corporation or something. Basically, in like 1985, this gentleman passed away and he left a ranch to Kojak. And the caveat to that was that we were supposed to build a residential program in Eastern Oregon for our kids. Unfortunately, the gentleman was from Idaho, so we weren't able to bring the money over. There were some issues. They decided to sell the farm or the ranch, whatever it was. And so we keep that money. And so what we do is we invested it into Roth IRA or something. And so what we do is just the earnings of the year for the year is what we use to invest in trainings that are specifically to Eastern Oregon for our kids at risk. And so I sit on that board to make sure we're investing that money well. So I try to represent Umatilla County as much as I'm able to.
Well, that is huge. And but again, I appreciate your leadership on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
That it?
Yep.
See there? 4 minutes on.
Would you put that in the record? Put in the minutes, this is a new record.
It's only because you gave her all the heavy lifting.
No,
Thanks, you guys.
thank you.
Yes.
Any deliberation?
Are we pausing? Are we on break?
I'm gonna take it, but I got too much coffee.
Well, you have anything to do?
You'll see.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, we have,
I mean, I can do the Board of Commissioners.
I'm gonna step up for just 2 seconds. I had a lot of coffee. I'll be right back.
I call these Molly initiatives.
I like it.
Yeah.
Is that what's left? DOC, right?
Yeah, there are actually a couple of programs that were under what we just talked about that they didn't really talk about, but I can probably briefly touch on those if we'd like, but I'll wait till.
How's it going? Okay. Yeah.
You just don't know.
No, I'll go semi.
Good morning, Kelsey.
Good morning.
How are
Morning.
you?
Good. Do you guys need anything?
Yeah, I gotta warm up.
Need some more snacks?
I know. Probably need to jog around the building.
Need to jog around. Bring a treadmill in. Bring in a treadmill so you guys
Yeah.
can all get some workouts going.
There's plenty of food.
There is. Oh my goodness, there is. Excellent. There's, yeah.
I took half my salad home last night and I still wasn't hungry enough to eat it.
I saved half of my dinner and I forgot it.
What?
Still there.
Oh, I remember to take it home, but
I
Honestly, what do you want for dinner? I said
I
nothing.
totally told her what to do and how to do it.
She had help.
Yeah.
I messed everything up.
That guy right there.
That'd be me. I'm not much
I
of a
should have
coffee.
given Dan the lesson on the coffee pot.
Dan, is that young lady over here? Is she the one that worked in the office? That was here at the fair?
Yep. Yep.
I'm trying to figure out where she came from.
Oh, wow. How many people?
She was kind of a young, out of school. She was working at OMG,
Oh, was there? Okay. I mean, I.
came to work for us, kind of answered the phone for a while. And then when we got Kelsey, she went to care.
I think I remember talking to her when she was working out in the community.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
She's a versatile young gal.
About working for the county.
Mhm.
I used to recruit in the rescue.
Yeah. Not a bad spot.
What?
Not a bad spot. I don't know if she doesn't still work some evenings at OMG.
I found one time with the Fells, who is, I think she's now financial director for the tribe.
Excuse me. Mike, did you know that Rita and Dave's daughter is now married to the county commissioner in Harney County?
Yeah, Will, or not
Oh,
Will.
yeah, Frank, or Rob Frank.
Rob Frank.
Yeah,
Brett, yeah, Arnie,
Harney County.
yeah. We were down there at Emma Gabriel's wedding
Oh.
and I talked to him quite a while.
So you're. And there's
We got
boyfriends.
real life creamer.
Yeah. For the work group. Yeah. Have you heard anything back? That Monday, Bob?
Yeah, so
Have you heard anything
Senator
back?
Nash asked me to give an overview of the background. How was that to where we are now? Okay, then I do that.
Have you talked to Dan or?
I talked to Dan Kearns yesterday. He's not sure that there's a way to find any.
What are you going to talk about?
I was gonna start on
I don't know that
page
gains us much.
160, which is treatment court, and spend a few minutes there, and then I was gonna go to the board of commissioners, which is,
Almost back to change the state.
175.
thank you. It's not on this page,
Yeah,
so,
that's not gonna happen.
okay.
So
I hope I
Dan Kearns just suggested if the renewable folks are there, we just see if there's something that they could live with, like how much are they gonna people. But he doesn't think much because right now they hold all the cards.
Well,
basically.
it's all Northwest, the veto authority, but they don't, it's a veto authority.
Right.
Not if,
No,
not if,
I think so.
not unless this passed. I mean, the Supreme Court decision basically.
Talk to Brandon. Brandon and I were talking about this the other day. I think there's, some of the counties have veto authority.
I don't see it anywhere after this is pretty horrible.
I'll talk to Brandon again.
Because there are some counties that don't even allow, period. So,
Wendy said I could give her a call too, so I'll do that. But,
Okay, no,
yeah, I'll be down on Monday.
perfect. Are you going Sunday then?
No, it's late enough in the day, unless Brandon wants to meet earlier.
I was gonna have to test one at 7:80 in the morning.
Which one's that?
Wolf conversation.
Are you using it?
yeah.
Are you gonna fly?
No.
What?
Because he won't catch a flight back.
I'll try to stay the night either way.
Oh, well then why? Yeah, it's hard to get together with Kelsey. Okay. Yeah, why don't you guys, just call Kelsey or get together with Kelsey. Okay. She'll set it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Come back.
Okay, we're back in session.
Hi.
Commissioners, we're back in session.
Yeah.
We're trying to commission.
In the same area that Dale was in, page 160 is a program called Treatment Court. The county collaborates with state courts to run a treatment program for, I think primarily drug and alcohol offenders that are going through the court program, and they're allowed to basically get some training and some treatment through a grant program. So that's what that is all about. We get them some counseling services. We do some other things for them, hopefully to get them off of drugs and alcohol. And
State revenue jumped quite a bit, didn't it?
pardon me?
The state revenue on that one jumped quite a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it's actually state revenue, and it was a combination of state and federal, so you'll notice that the federal went away.
Oh.
Actually, the revenue for the program is actually down, but I think that's sufficient at this point. And the next page is a very small program, but occasionally they like to supply, incentives to the clients. And so this program just houses some money that's available to do that. It gets very little use. And then if we go to the Board of Commissioners budget, it's on page 174, 175 is where the first budget is. This budget houses the commissioners, the county council, and Kelsey. And we have budgeted for support for our county council in here that we haven't used it as yet, but eventually there will be there may be a position to shadow Doug. And so that was a provision we made knowing that at some point Doug would retire.
Who's taking notes then? You see that?
Other than that, there's not a lot of really exciting things in this budget. There's probably the major project is the digital mapping project that we're working on, and Dan may be able to address that way better than I can, but.
It would take up the afternoon, but if you want to do it,
So,
definitely, definitely address it. It's a neat
I
program.
have a question on page 166. The dues and membership looks, I just lost it again.
Which page?
176.
Oh, okay.
The dues and membership is at 40,000, which is what was budgeted, but it looks like we were at 60,000 in 2024, and year to date, we're at 46,000. So I just wondered if that needs to be.
I can sure look at that.
That's a great catch, because I can tell you what that is too, Robert.
Well, I can tell you at least a bunch of it is the AOC dues, but I'm not sure what else is in there.
EOCA.
I would guess that the 2024 year may be a bit of an anomaly, but we may be a little short there budgetarily.
And I feel like we should increase training. Like training current year to date is 24,000 and the budget is 10,000. And they budgeted again for 10,000. So.
Take a look at that.
That's a good one.
Yeah, to make an adjustment.
any questions about the commissioners? Otherwise, we'll go into the DA.
Good morning.
Morning, Dan. All right, what page? are,
166.
Page one in my book.
Number one in your program. Number one in your program, number one in your heart.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Well, good morning. Hopefully that's my son coming home from Oregon State today. He's supposed to be coming home. I'll call him later. So a little bit overwhelmed right now, just so you guys know, we do have our conference going on. So I'm bouncing back and forth between Wild Horse and here and grand jury. But to talk about the budget, there's not a lot of change to the budget that we've had over the years. I think that just to go over, I think it's important. I know that some of you hear it every year. Commissioners have heard it a lot in regards to where we're at. My office is budgeted for 9 deputy DAs, full-time and 1 part-time. We are currently at 6 full-time deputies. We just hired on Ron Ladrano Williams in the fall, late fall, which is great, to get that number up. And we have another full-time that's going to be starting on June 2nd with the SPPE, or the Supervised Practice Portfolio Examination. You're well aware of the change to the Oregon State Bar to kind of add members to our bar. It's an alternative to the bar program, and this will be the first one kind of that we go through. We had opened it up once before. I closed it for a long time, only because the applicants that we were getting for that position were wild, from Guam, Virginia, Florida. I mean, the one from Guam, when I asked why he applied, was because he went to undergrad at the University of Hawaii. He wanted to pick a state that had a similar
kind of feel as Hawaii or it has that feel. And he was doing a Zoom from Guam. I mean, I ended up closing it because it was not worth the time. Anyone that knows, training is a huge resource drain. And I'm not going to do that unless I have somebody that's committed to the area. With this individual, I'm excited about the opportunity with the program. I think there are currently over 50 opening positions for deputy district attorneys around the state of Oregon. We're not unique. I think it's tough to find individuals that want to work in the field of criminal law at times. But this individual chose our office for multiple reasons. One being he attended a bar program at the university or at Willamette University, and two different individuals, one being a prosecutor and one individual that is a private practice attorney, both mentioned Umatilla County, and our office will be an office you should apply for. So we started this kind of mentorship back in the fall, the start of his third year. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot because he just kind of get into it. He called me back, said, "Hey, it's about the time of graduation," and now he's applied, and I've agreed to do the SPPE.
Who put him on to you?
There were two, one a civil attorney, and then the other one being a prosecutor that had an office that was full.
She used to be here?
No, that was a different time.
Okay.
This is just another attorney, another elected district attorney who I've gotten to know when I was working this role as president the last couple of years. I've gotten to know a lot of the DAs around the state, and through that connection is what kind of led to this.
Are you the supervising attorney or can your deputies do it?
Right now, I'm going to put myself down as a supervising attorney, but we're looking at putting multiple of us down as a supervising attorney just because we don't know what to anticipate or what to expect. I know that with this requirement, it's 675 hours. There's certain writing requirements. I think there's 8 writing requirements. There's 2 negotiation aspects that have to be done. And then these all have to be monitored and supervised. And if I put myself down as that individual, there may be a chance I'm gone and I don't want to miss on those opportunities. So I think we're going to try to do multiple.
And we
You're not
did,
going anywhere.
No. I'm going to be in Salem. I'm going to be in Salem for a meeting that I wouldn't want them to otherwise miss out on an opportunity for a full advocacy opportunity. So I think we're going to try to get 3. I'm going to try to talk to myself, Ms. Jenkins, and Mr. Pacheco, all doing it so that we can kind of do it together.
that makes sense. I know they do allow multiples.
Yeah, and that's so we just went through. One of the things that the Oregon State Bar, the Oregon District Attorney Association, we did during COVID, and we've kind of continued, is a monthly CLE program where we do it one Friday a month, where we meet at noon. This last one was all specific to the SPPE program in Clackamas County with their supervising attorney and their first graduate through the program. And so we now have resources and access to kind of how others have done it. They mentioned having multiple, which is why we kind of switched to having the idea of having multiple. It is an investment, right? So I've had a couple people ask, why would you entertain the idea of somebody with an SPPE? Why not have them take the bar? To be quite frank, I'm from Oregon, and I'm not practicing anywhere outside of Oregon. If the SPPE program was available for me, I might have taken up the opportunity to take the SPPE and start my employment in May, rather than studying for the bar or in June and then studying for the bar, wait for my results to see if I passed in September. I might have. This individual has talked about the idea of finding somebody that is invested in him, and because he wants to be invested in the community. And so I kind of see a mutual agreement here that's going to be, I think, really beneficial for us. And it's something that I want to take advantage of. And hopefully we'll be able to kind of start this program and kind of maybe be able to build something for the future we can continue to have. But that'll be a real benefit to us. We've seen a huge benefit when we added Ron to the office, what we've been able to accomplish just since Ron's there. With Ron taking over a courtroom, I mean, this first time I think in 3 years I've come to you and I'm not in a courtroom working a courtroom docket like I have been. And as a result, we can see the number of cases we've been able to charge increase significantly. We are on pace as of 2025 to be pre-COVID numbers. We go pre-COVID for multiple reasons. Obviously, we saw a huge decrease in the number of cases that came to our office because of law enforcement contacts, as well as the change in the law in regards to possession of a controlled substance went away. So we're getting close to 2019 numbers, which is pretty good for us. We obviously can see on the streets the impact that from drug addiction and mental health and what that does to life and livability crimes. And so being able to combat some of that and be able to get some more of those cases charged through the pipeline, I think is really beneficial for us. And so I think being able to do that and allow our attorneys opportunities to be able to focus more on their cases rather than trying to churn through them because they have so many more sitting on their back. It's been a real benefit. I think adding this new attorney is going to be a help. In addition to that, we have 2 interns that are going to be starting for us as well. My son, who just called from Oregon State, this is kind of how the first connection came. I mean, I was not a part of a fraternity. I've heard about connections that occur through fraternity, and this is how this one has occurred. So we're going to have an individual that's going to start with us. His brother is my son's roommate. Santiago is a second-year law student in Gonzaga. I did not realize this. We interviewed Santiago last summer at the end of his last internship with the courts, and then he said he really wanted to work in our office. And then when we got done, he mentioned that he knew my son. I didn't know which son he was talking about. Then I figured it out. I did not know that his brother Hector and my son are roommates, and they've been roommates now. This will be going on their 3rd year. So that connections like that are kind of what are beneficial. He's from the area, Hermiston. And so he has a place to stay. We don't have to worry about that. That's usually a lot of the logistics we have to worry about. We're not close to a law school, so trying to find those individuals that fit. He fits with that mold and what we're looking for. And even better than that, he brought a friend. So we're going to have a second intern from Gonzaga Law School that's going to intern here as well. So we're going to have 2 interns plus an SPPE, which is really, hopefully it will take a burden, but it also does take a little bit of a drain to train. But that's an investment, you're willing to make. So it'll be nice to kind of fill up the office a little bit. With
Be
that,
careful where they park.
yeah.
We're running out.
Yeah. Well, the 2 of them will be in Hermiston, so that'll be a real positive.
Well, the interns, and the possibility of them becoming future employees.
It's the real benefit.
Yes.
Because that's what we see right now with Greg Scheimer. He was one of the interns that we had. We obviously had an opportunity with Bailey, who was an intern as well. I think that when you get them in the door, that's where you build those relationships, and that's where you can see if it's going to fit, if it's going to be mutual. And that's where we've seen the benefit. And it's a great fit for Bailey. So and I think it would have been a great fit with us as well. But those are where those opportunities are built and they were created. So I'm really excited about the 2 interns that we have for this summer.
And just to clarify, like I did last year, Bailey's only reason for not coming
Yeah.
to the
We heard
attorney's
this.
office was
Yeah.
location. She had a baby and wanted to stay in Milton.
Yeah.
Which, and I completely agree with. And Bailey is great. Bailey and we still converse over the phone periodically because we have that, a relationship there to be able to have those conversations. And we tried to get creative with an opportunity with Bailey. We'll see if we can get there. I'm not sure if we'll be able to, but we're going to see. Not with stealing. That's not that.
It's a work together.
Yeah. We're working together here. This is not but to get into my budget, there's just with there's not a lot of changes. We are asking for a slight increase. I believe 8,100 is in the increases in the area of what we've asked for. And it's really just kind of cleaning up a couple of areas of where we have seen some significant, or we've seen some increases. One is in regards to maintenance and repair supplies. So that's that line item 520009. That's the Unitech sort of costs that we have periodically. It's the swapping out the system to get out of our doors, or the changing out those. It's just those little changes, little costs that we see that pop up here and there. An increase in the activity of program supplies by a little bit. Obviously, everybody probably sees this in the printing and book subscriptions and stuff like that. Those things just go up with time, so we have to kind of stay with the times there. Obviously, it decreased just a little bit in the fuel and oil, but that's because the county's picked it up in other ways for us. The non-capital equipment and technologies, that's really kind of a big increase that we've seen an increase there. That's really with software, as we've seen with body camera footage and everything else that comes. We now have to be able to view these things, but not only that, we have to edit. That's where we found the biggest issues. We have to edit those videos so that when we play them in court, we may have to block out an individual's image, a layperson that's in there, and gray out their face, or we may have to cut certain portions that would not otherwise be admissible in a court proceeding when they start talking about another case that they're involved with. we may have to cut. So learning how to edit those things, but the software is what really gets us.
And
We
if
have
you
to
have
pay
2 or 3 officers on scene, you're doing that 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
So we heard the same thing from Stern or Captain Ward, during the sheriff's presentation. You guys use a similar platform?
In what they do in regards to their editing,
Yeah.
I honestly, I would
On
assume
public
so.
request?
I will ask now that you've asked that question. I would assume so because we both work with Riley downstairs in IT. But what I will say is the agencies all use, I believe, are all using the same body cam. Not all body cam is the same, but I
Right.
believe our agencies are. We work with obviously a lot more than just the sheriff's
Yeah,
office.
no, I get it, yeah.
But I believe that the editing aspect, I would assume is the same, but I will ask Riley.
And the only reason I ask that is, obviously, you will have to have your own storage and that type of stuff. But if the platform's is the same, I wonder if the training can be, and the different things that take place with that software can be kind of consolidated.
It's a good thought. I will say, and this is just a shameless plug, Riley is fantastic. Even if they took Nick Warren from me, they are, they're
You're
fantastic.
never gonna get over
I
that.
know. Nick, Riley's fantastic, very responsive. Nick is great, very responsive, and it's very helpful because technology runs everything that we do upstairs from the day to day. And when it shuts down, we shut down, and when we shut down, it's bad.
Yeah.
So, but Riley does a great job. Even when I'm here on the weekend and I can't find my UVE, he gets on and finds a way to get me going on a Sunday. So, which is great. The other increases, telephone, postage, it's nominal stuff. And then dues and memberships, those go up just with time as well on certain things with Oregon State Bar, with ODAA, which again, I will say when ODAA dues go up, I see the absolute benefit in Oregon Attorney Association is what we do at a state level. I see what we do at a monthly level with our training of our continuing education, which not all of my deputies are signed up for every one of them. They don't have to attend them all because they're not all applicable to them, but having that resource there for when it is applicable is really, really nice. So at the end of the year, I'm not trying to buy CLEs, have them sent in to try to get CLE stuff done or having to send them somewhere. They can do it in their office at a noon hour on a Friday, which is great. But other than that, there's not really much for changes specific to the budget on that side.
I have a question.
Yes.
Professional service contracts, in 2024, you only spent 1,400. And then you're budgeted 25,000 for 2025 and 25,000 again for your proposed. What are you using that
Robert, you want
for?
So, they keep that line item in there because if they have to hire a expert witness, it could cost tens of thousands of dollars. And it doesn't happen all the time, but occasionally they have to ship somebody in who's a special witness and it costs them a lot of money.
Yeah, so in years past, this is a line item I asked for, I don't know how many years ago, 10, 15 years.
Probably 10.
I think it was the Craig trial, the first go around is when I did that, which would have been back in probably 2012, 13-ish. And because we had expert fees that were pretty expensive that I had to then go to the commissioners to obtain, the funding for, because it was really kind of outside my budget. I didn't have the budget for it. So we've maintained that line item. And I think you can look through the years, majority of the years I do not use it.
Yeah.
Because that is used specifically and I kept there for that purpose. We have the Craig trial again in September, end of September, October, we may have to apply for and obtain, not apply for, might have to obtain an expert witness that does end up costing a lot of money. The other expert we do sometimes that like the 1,400 probably came from a aid and assist issue where we went outside the normal Oregon State Hospital to get somebody evaluated for a mental health, being able to aid and assist their attorney. The state hospital right now is overrun, and this is not an exaggeration. If we had an individual that says they're unable to aid and assist and we call the state hospital for that, they would tell us the next available date is March, maybe. So we would have to wait 11 months with our case on hold. There are a handful of cases I am not willing to do that because of victims and or other. I will spend the money to do that. That's probably, I would guess that's where that $1,400 came from, was one expert to have somebody evaluated. But I'm very frugal in that sense. So it's like pulling teeth with my office, but we do get it done when we have to get it. When we have to get it done, we get it done. But I've always asked for that line item to remain and not to be adjusted, only because of when I do need it, I need it.
Good.
Any other questions that I can? So the next I kind of want to skip to is the victim assistance program with VAP. First and foremost, the most important thing about that is we've seen a significant change in that our previous director left after some time and resigned her position to move down closer to family in the Portland area. And that's it is an overhaul to find somebody, and not only somebody, but the right fit for that position. And luckily we had that in-house. We knew immediately, and we've been kind of setting it up because we knew that Ms. Meekin was going to be leaving. And so we had been kind of prepping it without talking to the employee about it. But as soon as it opened, myself, Ms. Jenkins, and Ms. Davidson upstairs, my office manager, we all knew exactly the person we wanted. And we talked to that person. I talked to that person about putting in, and she did on the last day, thankfully. And it has been an unbelievable transition with her. And that is Elizabeth Cook. She is a wonderful employee. She's an amazing worker. And I think the Victims Advocate's Office is going to be an unbelievable fit for her for multiple reasons. One, you have to, the office is kind of, that position is kind of bifurcated. You have to, one, be able to work and advocate on behalf of victims with the attorneys in the office and in the courtrooms and be their support system. But in addition, you have to be able to run the grants. And you got to be able to apply for grants and report and do grant reporting, which is obviously difficult, complicated, time consuming. It takes somebody that's very diligent to do that. And she so far is doing it the right way, which is amazing. And then I'm going to just an added bonus. She's Spanish speaking, and adding a Spanish speaking advocate to the office, a second one, is an unbelievable resource because this position as the director really just works the major cases with myself and Ms. Jenkins, and then Ms. Jenkins' sex abuse cases. And so there are a handful that need the Spanish speaking advocate as well. And it is just beneficial to not have to transition to our culturally specific advocate. So it's been great. With that being said, we are seeing one other change as well, and that is we are losing our part-time advocate that works out of the Hermiston office. We are not backfilling that position. The reason we're not backfilling it is we don't have the resources to backfill it. Currently, our materials and services in our victims department is being paid for by general fund dollars. That's something that traditionally has been paid for by our grant funding through our VOCA and unitary assessments. Unitary assessment coming from the state, VOCA coming from the federal government. I think we're all aware that some of those grant funded programs federally are in question right now or in flux. I want to be a little bit cognizant of that as we go in to making sure that we know that we're going to have that funding. The difficult part with VOCA and unitary assessments, they're not on the same calendar as we are. It's in the fall, so we're trying to budget for it, but we're learning kind of in the fall as to what we're going to have. It's hard to budget that we're going to have it go away, and then have it come back and say, I need general fund dollars now. So we're trying to find that balance. With that being said, we have had since 2016 a culturally specific grant funded position for a victim advocate in our office. That's gone away. Last fall, we had that was one of the asks or requests that I had was to pay for a cultural specific out of the general fund, which was approved. And so that's where we're going to be transitioning to this. I think after August, when the money is gone, it's going to transition to all general fund dollars. I'm appreciative of that. My office is appreciative of that. It is an absolute need and necessity in our office to have. I cannot, and I've stressed this, I think multiple times, I cannot stress enough how much this benefits our attorneys in being able to communicate with our Spanish speaking population in our victims department. The comfort level that they have with us when they have somebody that is culturally specific opens up doors and the comfort level to allow us to be able to do our job. So funding it is appreciative. I'm grateful for that. I will say that this isn't something that we just do because we enjoy it. We're required. Article 1, Section 42 requires us to provide victim services. So it's something that we're required to do. Prior to the culturally specific, I don't think we were doing a great job at it. We were doing the best we could with what we had until we had this grant pop up. And then once we saw what was out there opportunity-wise, we realized we could do, we are now doing it better and we need to continue to do that. With that being said, I do believe this is something that should not fall in the laps of the counties. This is mandated by the state for us to have these services. This is something the state should be paying for. This is something that was one of our POPs that we've asked for the last couple of legislative sessions. It's a requirement. When I say our POPs or U.S. Attorney Association, there's a requirement of the state that we do this. The state should fund this. And what we've asked for is, what we asked for initially was we asked for one advocate for every 2 attorneys. That's what we felt was appropriate. Then we, in negotiations, I think we went down to maybe 3 or 4, one advocate for 3 or 4. I still do think 1 for every 2 is probably a benefit. Right now we have 3. And when I say 3, the culture specific, we have 1 full-time advocate and then our director, who's really kind of a half. So we have about 2.5 for the 6 attorneys that we have. So we're doing pretty good, but if we are fully staffed, we'll have 7, we're up to the 10. I really do think we would benefit by having another advocate. What that does is, they're the ones that are out helping get restitution, having restitution returned to them, getting the orders for the restitution. I'm not making an ask for it. I'm just advising, saying thank you. The culture specific being funded is amazing. It is a huge benefit, but it's something I could see maybe in the future had a need for an increase. But
And unfortunately, it's an unfunded mandate from the state, like you said. And that's one of the things that we're fighting for at the Association of Oregon Counties is to, start funding these unfunded mandates like that.
So
I thought they were illegal.
Well,
Was it?
it depends on who you ask.
Even if they're illegal, you still gotta fund them.
Yeah.
Have you had a conversation with somebody state level? I mean, who else have you visited with about this?
well, it was a policy option package for us, the Oregon Attorney Association. I mean, it's presented to Ways and Means.
Okay.
Our lobbyist has advocated for this. And I would say, not that they haven't been receptive of it, but I think it's a fairly large ask when you think about to fund. There are 400, there's supposed to be 420 deputy DAs around the state of Oregon. So if you look at even 1 for every 4, you're talking 105 positions to be paid for, which is so it is a large ask, what we asked for, but I also think it's something that, when we look at what is the job that we do, it's justice. And who's it justice for? It's justice for the whole system, to include victims. And if we lay that on the laps of the counties to try to find grant dollars and compete with each other for these grant dollars to be able to provide the services that are required of us to provide, because you know what happens the minute I don't provide it. I get a bar complaint filed against me, which has my license. I get motions filed with the court that I violated a victim's rights. And I don't even have to tell this group. I mean, that's the only reason I do my job is for victims, right? I do it for victims. But when I don't have the resources to be able to do it, or I miss something because, they're all time sensitive. But if I don't have adequate amount of victim advocates up there to be able to stay on top of it, I mean, there will be things that we miss just because of that. But we have mentioned it and we will continue to ask. But in the meantime, I am appreciative that you guys see the need to support this portion of our office.
Hey, Dan, I know that we've had really lengthy discussions and I think we have 100% buy-in on the K-9 program. Should we be plugging that in under the program specific costs, like 10 to 15 grand now, so that we can make sure that it's there in the next budget?
I would love it.
Okay.
I was going to end with that. If you want me to go there now?
Oh, I didn't know.
I'd love to go there right now.
Okay.
For those that aren't aware, I have approached the commissioners, really the admin as a whole, about the idea of having a K-9 within our office. This would come through the JLAB program. I had the opportunity to serve on the Prison Advisory Committee with Eastern Oregon Correctional Institution as well as PRCI, but this is really the EOCI. And I was able to visit their program there where they train the AICs, adult in custody, train these dogs for JLAB. And it just kind of sparked an interest. This is about a year ago. And we've been talking about it for some time, and I communicated with a colleague down in Yamhill County who had a support animal in the office. And he just raved about what this did for victims of crime. When you have people, I'm meeting people in their worst, right? They've been through some of the worst events of their life. And now I'm like, hey, let's talk about it. Let's tell me about the worst things that ever happened to you. And it's difficult. And what these dogs can do is they are comfort and compassion animals that will be there just to kind of put at ease the victims that are going through a pretty traumatic event. I have expressed an interest in having one of these animals in our office. I have worked extensively with the JLAD program specific to these animals. And really kind of what the selling point for me finally was the opportunity to work with the AICs at Umatilla. Before I even approached the commissioners, I had to get approval at home first with my wife. She is the ultimate boss because I'd be bringing an animal into our home as well. And so we actually took a trip. Yeah, we took a trip to EOCI and saw these animals. But what hit me was we talked to two of the AICs, one being, his name is Paul Reyes, and I cannot remember the other gentleman's name, which bothers me. But talking to them about what this has done for them. These are individuals that have harmed and damaged their community with the decisions that they have made. And one of them taken a life. And he lives with that regret every day. But these animals have helped him find himself. The hard part for me is he asked me, what do you want? What do you want the animal for? And I just said I'm the district attorney, which I don't normally when I'm in the EOCI just say, I'm the DA. Here I am. But I felt compelled to tell him exactly why. And the fact that it was for victims. And when I did that, he cried. He started to cry. We all did. And he said, what an opportunity for him to give back when he's done such bad things and wrong individuals. And how a full circle opportunity it could be for him. He could trade an animal that could then help victims. It wouldn't change what he did, wouldn't change the family or the victims that he did, but he'd feel like he'd have the opportunity to get back. And to see what those dogs could do at that moment, as they could see our emotional change, right? And how they wanted to comfort and give compassion. They told me that that's something that we could bring that would help our victims.
I don't think you know this, Dan, but right before we voted on that here a few weeks ago, my son was in the hospital. He had pneumonia and he was in there for 2 days. And they brought in a support animal. And I was like, what? They're bringing a dog in? But just seeing, and now mind you, he wasn't the victim of a crime. He was sick. And just seeing the change in him, I thought, wow. And I was thinking about you that whole time.
Yeah, I had a pretty traumatic event that happened a couple weeks ago. It's really been bothering me. So I apologize for being so emotional. But I think that is something that could really impact the work that we do for the victims that we work for. But I will be honest, I'm also selfish because I believe it would also help my office. Because I think that we go through, as I sit in a conference in there, talking about and listening to videos of a gentleman talk about the 300 plus kids he molested for years of his life, and the kids that we talked to and the families that we talked to. And I took the grand jury that I had yesterday was a brother that pointed a gun in his face and had to go to the hospital. Another guy that had a machete that was in the back of his head. And then another guy that got shot through the shoulder, cap up and hit him in the neck. Those were the 3 cases that I had yesterday that I took through. So those are the pictures that I'm looking at. Those are the people that I'm talking to. And that was yesterday. Right? And so we know, I understand why we don't have people retired from our position. No one retires from the DA's office as an attorney. Robert Hill did 10 years, 15 years before I started here. He's the last one. No one retires. And that's why it's hard. And so selfishly, I think it would benefit the people that are in my office because we have bad days. And I think that with those bad days, I think that would be a benefit. It's important for me as well, though, with this program, if we do follow, if it's something that, we have the finances and the money for, I really want this animal to come from EOCI, not a JLAD program from anywhere else, but EOCI. Because it is important for me. Because what I do in my office is reformation. That is the ultimate goal. It's to hold offenders accountable, but change lives, right? Because these are the people that are going to come back to our community. Working with EOCI, working with those AICs, it's important. Important for me. That they see that I want to work with them. We don't give up on them. They've made poor choices, but they're going to return. I want them to return healthy to whatever community it is. So it's important for me as I go around the community that dog is for the EOCI, so I can tell people. So hopefully not as emotional. But that's the ask. And so yes, it's a $10,000 for the dog. It's a huge ask. That's the reason I have not come forward is because I am so frugal. I struggle with that ask. But that is what it is. Obviously, there'll be minimums that come with it. There'll be other fees that come with it.
That's why I know Robert will take me out to the woodshed later, but I think that we need to plug 15 in to that program, especially the first year. And it's important to me. Because just like you heard, there's going to be additional monies that are going to be needed the first year.
I don't know if it's, and the reason just to be open, if it's a kennel in the office, like it's for the animal, if I go down to court and I can't go, there's not someone else, or if it's a.
Stuff that we don't know.
The vet fees we're hopeful for will be able to be covered. I haven't got cart in front of the horse, but vet fees, I mean, I look at it, Hermiston Vet sponsors our child abuse conference. They give us thousands of dollars. I know they help with other service animals, specific canine units for law enforcement, but there's going to be some other fees that I'm not aware of.
Is the 10,000, does that include the dog and the training of the dog?
The training all be done. Okay. So the dog that is pays for the training of the animal. That is an animal that has graduated through the program to be considered a facilities dog, meaning not going to be loud and or disruptive, and has graduated all the process. So
do you have any idea how old the dogs typically are?
It's anywhere between 6 months and 18 months, depending on, they could be up to 24, but it really depends on where the dog, how fast the dog accelerates. But I would say it'd be a 12 to 18-month-old dog.
Last question on that. Any idea what breed, or does it?
There's only 2 breeds that it can be that there's only 2 breeds that qualify, and one is a golden retriever and the other is a yellow lab or a golden lab. Those are the only 2 breeds that they have for facilities dogs. And they are born at EOCI.
I like the fact that you want to go through EOCI to get the dog.
Yeah.
They just sent me, I have a picture of the newest litter. If you want to see it, it just came out last week. They sent it to me. So.
Who gets to name the dog?
we've talked, so it's funny, this is all stuff we've talked about. We've talked about putting it out to the public, to let the public help name the dog. I want Brave.
Yeah. Ooh.
So we asked our victims to be, So, but we'll, I don't know, it's something we've talked about, but Brave is kind of what we've talked about.
I like that.
I'd like to give you one of the 9 labs that come to every family meeting.
Something tells me they wouldn't pass the training requirements though.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I wish you would quit crying.
Yeah.
If the dog comes through the courthouse, can we reach over and pet the dog, or how does that work? You know, because a lot of service dogs, it's a hands-off thing. So I'm just kind of curious. How does
So
that work?
whenever we've been in there with them, the dog is on a leash the entirety of the time I'm in there with them, but then a command that is given that allows the dog understands that it's okay then to approach and interact with the
Okay,
individual.
okay.
And it's gonna have a little kennel upstairs or?
That's the thought, is like just one of those little ones in the office, so, that's the plan.
We get the new rope that on to go upstairs.
Mm,
Get a golden one
mhm.
and get a retriever.
Yeah,
Gotta have a good vacuum cleaner.
I know. Trust me, we just had our retriever. We lost it a couple years ago, but man, that's my wife was like, just be cool. We're just on yellow lab. Cause there's a lot of hair, a lot of hair on a lot of suits. So,
Yeah.
but that's the,
Get a lint roller in your office.
but that's the ultimate goal. So with the dog, any other questions about the dog?
I can't believe anybody
Thank
votes no on that one.
No, we gotta get the dog.
Oh my gosh, we gotta get the
We gotta
dog.
get the dog.
So the other thing that I'll end with, just, I guess, that's my victim impact program is really the only change is we've changed over to a new director. We've changed some of the funding on the cultural specific, and we're gonna lose a halftime, but I think that we'll be able to, I believe with the new director, I think we're gonna see some real positive changes in the support that we give. So I'm really excited to see where we're at there. The last thing is really in the funding is the child abuse conference.
What's the
And
name of that conference?
yeah, the Eastern Oregon Child Abuse Conference. And
Page 172.
with that, we're doing really well with the conference. I believe we had 115 participants this year, which is good, that are statewide. We have speakers that are not only national, but they are international speakers. The speaker today is from Ireland, and he is unbelievable. If I'd have known it was today, I would have asked to have my budget yesterday so that I could be there for him today. He is wonderful. But just to give you guys just a little bit of a kind of an update. I mean, it is expensive to run, right? So the first year was 31,000, last year was 45,000, this year $69,000 to run the conference. Obviously, our speaker fees went up when we brought this individual in, as well as some of the others from nationwide. But the real benefit is that I'm frugal. So that's the hardest part for this conference, is they have to go through me to run the money. We had a balance of 31,000 after year one. We had a balance of 49,000 after year two, and we're estimating to have a balance of $67,000 after this year's conference. So again, that $25,000 that we started out with, we haven't touched yet. And that's the goal, is to, that is an absolute emergent fund. We want this to be self-sustaining. We don't want to be digging into that. We want it to be self-sustaining. We've been able to do that. We've kept the conference cost really low. We did this as a result of Clackamas County going down and stopping their conference. And they have now brought their conference back. But there's only 2 days. Ours is 5. Theirs costs $500, ours is $350, and we're able to sustain it with more days at less cost because of the generous donations we get from Wild Horse, who donated $25,000 this year.
So when is Clackamas gonna say, forget it, let's just partner with Umatilla County, because they've got to go home?
Yeah, I don't know. I will say it was really nice at the state level. The Child Advocacy Center, one of the directors there said, let's not disrupt what Umatilla County has going on, because it's really, really good.
Yes.
Which is a positive. Hopefully we're able to continue to keep this going. I mean, I really do. There are some challenges that we have, and mainly the challenges are that trying to find the speakers that we have. Is Miss Jenkins staying up really late watching speakers? There are some challenges. I want to be able to try to find a balance with this. That's the biggest issue. I think I'm gonna, utilize some of those funds to send Ms. Jenkins to a child abuse conference nationwide, that they do every year. It's in Dallas. This year, the only issue is it conflicts with our Oregon Attorneys Association summer conference the same week. So we're trying to look to see what would be a little bit more of a benefit. I think it would be a benefit to have her down there, that she gets some speakers signed up that way. But Brandy Reddington is phenomenal with the work that she does in this, and Kathleen Davidson is phenomenal with the work they do in this. And to be able to see the balance that we have going into next year, knowing that the costs go up, speaker costs, travel costs, all those go up, knowing that we're gonna have, we have the money to start with is a really good starting point.
Out of all your guests, what do you think the percentage is that are staying out at Wild Horse in the rooms there?
Well, Wild Horse is completely booked this week, because we have that, and we also have the Chiefs Association that's in town as well at the convention center.
That's where George went.
Yeah.
That's where I went by mistake.
So we have, yeah, it's a lot. I think a lot of ours are out there.
I'm assuming that's where you want to leave it.
I would love to leave it there. And I just was telling them, I mean, Wild Horse, their support in it is
They're
phenomenal.
Yeah.
The individuals that we work with are, Vicente, I think he's as good as it gets. I mean, they take care of everything that we need. They're almost
producers if you get the right guy or the right girl.
Yeah, so it's been great. Like I was just telling Kathleen before I left at 10 o'clock, like, man, they do such a good job of helping us out. So, and obviously from year 1 to year 3, there's quirks you got to work out. We've been able to slowly work that out, but we'll make some changes again to next year, and hopefully we'll continue to be able to do this. I say that reluctantly just because it does take a lot to do it, but we know the benefit that comes from it. So, and the speaker that we have today is a direct request of the law enforcement officers. This is specifically who they said they wanted to hear from. And so we responded with getting a guy from Ireland. Well, that he comes over here all the time. He's visiting Ellensburg in July, Texas, Maryland. He comes over to the States all the time, but it's a 2-day trek to get him here. But that's what I have budget wise. Like I said, not a lot of change, a little bit of change to the general, to my general budget. Obviously the dog is a big request. A little bit of changes to the victim advocate, but all in all, I think we're doing pretty good. I'm sorry about crying. If I'm anything, I'm emotional. I always have been. I always
That's
will be.
okay.
Yeah, emotional. Yeah. Any questions?
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Did they win last time?
The boys?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Really?
Yeah, we won 10-7.
Well,
We beat
Really?
Scappoose, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a big win. Unfortunately, the girls lost. Yeah, we were 13-0. They were 12-1. We lost. We gave up a lead late in the game and then lost the next inning. So it was
Bittersweet.
it was bittersweet because we're the lucky family that has a kid on both.
Yeah.
So we had to
Split.
celebrate until 9:30 or 10 when my daughter got home, and then then we had to temper it a little bit, but we could still celebrate.
Yeah.
It was a good win. It was a good start.
Great win.
Tomorrow's senior night. Probably won't cry.
Probably
Yes,
will.
you do.
It's my last boy going through, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, we're
Oh
gonna take
my
bets on that.
gosh,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. I
I
cried at senior night 4 times. Some were happy cries and some were not. Waiting on the
Yes,
sheriff.
George?
Well, I was just thinking after that passionate request
Yeah.
for the dog, you want to be the ogre or not?
I was gonna say, are we getting the dog?
I believe the commissioners already approved that.
We just didn't have a budget for it.
With insurance.
Can you
agents like
imagine
that.
saying no to
I
that?
couldn't, oh my.
Good luck.
I
Couldn't say
don't know
no.
how much
Find the money.
The what?
I don't think it would give us that big of a hit. For
No,
insurance.
but they give how much is in the fund.
Oh, you mean BMIP?
Yeah.
Oh, are we back on the budget?
Well, I have a question. He was
Well, that's
talking,
too,
Colin was
I
talking
realize
about
it's down in
that
the weeds, but BMIP usually has.
program.
That's under BOC, right?
SPE.
Okay, SPEPB. Are those people going to law school?
Yeah, so they have to graduate from an accredited law school, and then you have to have a licensed attorney who's been an attorney for, I can't remember, it's like 3 or 5
I
years.
think it's 5
Yeah,
years.
and then you have to submit 8 different writings. There's different writing requirements. You can't submit multiple writings on the same topic, so it has to cover a broad area of the law. And then they're graded by, the Board of Bar Examiners meet and grade each piece of writing. They have to be so many words, yeah. And then you have to do negotiations, like you said, where you again have an attorney reviewing you and, swear that you did it correctly with that. And then client conferences. So basically it's similar to like a residency program for medical doctors, only it's a shortened period of time where they're actually having hands-on work, doing lawyer stuff, drafting pleadings, and then get graded.
And then they take the bar?
They do not take the bar. They have, if they pass all those things, and you can, if you submit a writing and it's rejected, then you submit a writing again. It has to be a different topic, different everything, but you can resubmit until all of your 8 writings get approved. But they're only grading 3 times a year, I believe. So you have to be, you want to get your writings submitted and approved the first time.
That's
Okay,
interesting.
I, would make an authoritative recommendation to be received. That is that we take a 10-minute break. At some point in time, lunch will arrive. I don't know that we have any compelling reason to go somewhere for lunch. So if we take a 10-minute break now, we could just continue till we're done.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the agenda previously. I have a obligation at noon to 12:30. It's pretty critical that I be at that.
Okay.
And I can,
It's 11:45, 11:40.
But we
It's
can
with our
pick up at
attorneys.
What?
12:30.
it's a conference call with our attorneys.
Okay.
How much more do we have before we vote?
Not much. I think probably the likelihood is that, we could reconvene, 12:45 or 1 and finish up in a matter of half an hour.
How long
Make it-
did
Molly
it- how
needs
long
to
did
get
it take
going.
you to get there?
If I left by 2, I'd have plenty of time.
Oh, we will
Okay.
more than achieve that.
Would
How
believe
about
that true.
2
12:45?
o'clock.
What? How about 12:45?
I said in order for Molly to go, we should more than achieve 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we get back together at 12:45?
I'd say we'll be done at 1:30.
Yeah. Just to make triple sure. She doesn't want to press her.
Well, it's entirely dependent on the commissioners.
You
You
want to
looking
go
at me?
over on the board?
Well, there would be a
Just not much,
reason.
but some.
Do we want to do that
Absolutely.
for a few minutes?
If you'd like, sure.
I'm not the chair. So.
Did I pick the wrong chair? Is that telling me?
No, George is the chair, so.
You want to keep going for a few minutes?
Now, how soon do you need to leave, John?
No, it's my
10 minutes.
I'll just go to my office and do it.
Okay, well, let's spend 10 more minutes, then we'll adjourn till 12:45. How's that?
Okay.
We're back to the BOC.
Yes, and I believe, I just haven't found it yet, but I believe that there is in your packet of things, there probably is a sheet that says Jennifer Blake, HR Director.
Yeah.
She probably was planning to be here at 2, but since we're gonna be done with it by then,
I can have her come in because she does want to be here for this.
oh, all right, well,
Send her a message to come in.
yeah, tell her that we're ready to hear from her.
How many more pages on?
That's 177.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, I could probably, before she gets here, I could probably go through a few of the other budgets that are in that group.
Okay.
Page 179 is called the Academic Achievement Program. A number of years ago, we received a donation to give scholarships out to students of the county, and currently we issue 2 a year. We have a few $1,000s left in that account. If we want to continue it, we'll probably have to find a form of funding because it's about to be exhausted. Wow, look at you.
Wow.
I heard you talking and heard my name, so.
Okay.
170.
Well, thank you for.
Well, if you're doing that, Robert, I thought the intent was to allow that to die.
And it will. I mean, unless somebody wants to continue that process,
Well,
it's about to die.
it was a nice way to use those funds, but then I thought it was gonna die.
That's certainly a possibility. I wouldn't argue with that.
Need to take all those chocolates.
Oh, do you think they're gonna be left by the end?
Is this what?
Oh,
No, all, yeah,
okay.
yeah, don't
Yeah.
worry.
So if chair is happy, I think we should let her proceed.
You're ready, Eden?
Yes.
I could bring you a baseball cap, but I wasn't sure if you'd wear it since you already have a Murdoch one. Anyway, Jennifer Blake, Human Resources Director. Happy to answer questions, but pretty short and sweet presentation. Not much change to my budget. Since last year, we've successfully completed a full year on the new payroll system that was implemented in the end of 2023. We've seen minimal interruptions to paying people, which is great. And people are really enjoying the ability to get their direct deposit and their W-2s online. So that's been a real positive part of the process. The electronic timekeeping system is still painful and a work in progress, but we're moving forward with that as well. Last year, we also partnered with the Sheriff's Office to explore how their scheduling software would work to transition their time over into our payroll system. So we're really near that coming together well. So we're happy about that. We also continue work on transitioning all the county policies to the Lexipol platform. I think I'm down to about 6 policies that was removed to county council before we will try to turn that over and make that effective, active, and online for all county employees. We probably have to go through a little bit of labor negotiations with some of those policies since they have the right to review some of those. But we're close. So I'm really excited about how that will work. We hired 73 people and terminated 93 people last year. And so far through April of 2025, we've hired 12 and turned 8.
Now, terminated doesn't mean you fired that many people.
Sorry, yes, no, it does not. It's 95 left about employment. Some of that, it was an elevated number last year. I think a lot of that had to do with the presidential election. We hired quite a few more election workers than we had in the past.
So that number includes temporary employees?
Yes, including roundup special deputies and county fair workers. So
There's no COVID impact.
no, not this year. But unless you have questions of me, that was everything I didn't have.
I thank you for everything you do.
No kidding. I know.
I'm happy to do it.
And your whole team.
You and your staff are doing an amazing job and we really appreciate it.
Very much.
Thank you for the goodie bags.
Yes, if there's something you would rather have, come shop with me.
No, and I don't know if it's changed, but it's what the commissioners don't know is happening in HR that makes it effective.
That's right, really right. The lack of input is
Well, I mean,
well,
the
well
fact is,
accepted.
if it doesn't go right, it comes to you.
That's right.
That's accurate. They keep us out of hot water for sure. So
You know, one real quick question. No expenditure, and I've kind of asked every department this. No expenditure last year on training, or this year so far on training, um, in the, on the EO business source?
So that, that fund is where we're paying for the electrical.
Got it. Okay.
So that's what that is being used for.
Gotcha.
Although I'm also working on, one of our sheriff's deputy, Lieutenant Josh Roberts has recently become trained in, it's for supervisors to identify drug impairment or
Right.
alcohol impairment. And that's something that all of our managers and supervisors need in order for us to make some of those decisions. So we're working on trying to put a training together that would be for all managers. And I would use those funds to do that. It would probably include lunch because it's an 8-hour training.
Got it. Thanks, Jennifer.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Thank you for the gifts.
I'll pick mine up later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
What else, Robert?
Page 180 is the emergency grant, emergency management grant program. So in the past year, you'll see a bunch of income and expenses. A lot of that's related to the grants, which Kim Beck talked about for preparedness that she managed for a number of counties. So those will not be anticipated in the coming year. I suspect we may get some carryover of that, which is why there's some monies budgeted in emergency grant kits for revenue, but that may or may not take place. It may actually all come into this fiscal year. Other than that, our emergency manager manages a few grant programs out of this particular budget through emergency management. So he does some specific grants for specific purposes which run through this budget.
Mr. Chair, before we get too much further, I'm gonna step out and get my help.
Okay, then you can go make that call.
I'm assuming it's lunchtime.
That's fine.
And I think lunch is here, actually.
Yeah, we can stop.
So,
Stop.
Okay.
And I was a deputy superintendent. The superintendent called me and he said, "What is it you do all day?" And I said, "Make sure you don't know what I do all day." That's my job. You know. Supposed to.
pause for just a moment?
There were,
You should go there.
You good?
Should be.
Okay, emergency management, it's a program that's operated by Sage, our emergency manager. Basically, funds his operations for emergency management throughout the county. Not a lot to add to that unless you have questions.
is the EMPG, is that federal funds?
It is federal funds, and the last I talked to Sage, a lot of the reports that he had already submitted are being delayed. So he's not really sure what's gonna happen with that.
It's a FEMA option.
Okay.
Next page, 184 is referred to as a 2050 water program. I would guess maybe 20 years ago now, we created a program to house funding for water sustainability in Umatilla County. There is a substantial chunk of money in there that is grant funds from the state of Oregon for that process. We haven't identified an expense for them yet, so most of the expenses for that will be for a consultant that we hire for that purpose.
Is that tied up with the 2050 plan?
No, it has nothing to do with
Something
it.
totally different?
Two different 2050.
Okay.
The next page, 185, program 40600, is in connection with the Central Water Project. It's an ongoing project to create a pipeline from the Columbia south towards I-84 and past the depot. That project is partially completed. It's been funded by some grant funds as well as a partnership with a local developer. Not sure what the future holds for that program. However, there's a possibility of spending a great deal of money next year as well as this year. And next page, program 52600, page 186, community development program. That's some funding that was left over from a program that became defunct about 12, 15 years ago, I would guess. And occasionally, the commissioners choose to spend that money for a variety of different purposes, but mainly to support communities in the county.
That's hanging in there.
Next page, BMIP Reserve 90550. The Blue Mountain Insurance Professionals occasionally donate money for use by the commissioners for special projects, very similar to the page before. It's a much smaller amount of money there, but that money is available for a variety of different projects. Next page, 188, stimulus reserve, program 91900. That program was created when the COVID stimulus money was distributed. We are about to finish that up entirely. It'll be fully expended and fully reported for possibly this quarter. And so there's not much. I left a little bit in there just in case we didn't get it all expended by the end of the quarter, but I believe it will be, and that program will cease to exist. Similarly, the Public Health Reserve was created during COVID. Our health department was inundated with COVID cases and COVID tracing, and they reimbursed us on a per case basis, and we had a substantial sum of money that we didn't need to spend then on health. So we've been portioning it out since then, but it will be exhausted next fiscal year. It just helps support their programs. And finally, page 190, the PERS reserve. Actually, it's a personnel reserve, not necessarily PERS, but related to PERS and other personnel expenses. I would guess maybe 12 years ago, we decided that we needed to insulate against dramatic changes in personnel costs, which might be associated with PERS raises like we had this year, or medical insurance premiums ballooning, which we've had very, very good luck with that. But I think eventually we're going to have to pay a much larger price for insurance. So we've been setting money aside so that we have some money to fill that gap. And so that's what that program is for. I've got budgeted in this budget a transfer of $4.5 million to the general fund to cover those kinds of expenses. We have a little over $9 million in there now. Generally speaking, we get a payment into that account of slightly over $1 million. And that's what I got to say about that. And I don't think I have anything else unless you guys have questions.
Are we ready for the motion?
So the first thing you might need to do is to discuss the compensation committee report and what you choose to establish as the elected officials' compensations. And then we can talk about a motion to approve the rate and approve the budget and appropriations.
If we choose to adopt the recommendation for the compensation committee, that needs to be done entirely here.
Yeah, so you need a motion in a second and, or
But not,
but you certainly don't have to follow those recommendations. That's just the starting place.
My only question on it is the sheriff and whether I understand that we'll keep the 10% separation from the undersheriff. But we had talked yesterday about whether we should do an extra 5% because of, we don't know where the undersheriff's gonna come. We don't know the negotiating with the undersheriff and what his price is gonna come in at. So that could be a substantial increase.
well, that's the group has been very generous historically. Are you suggesting 10%?
I guess
The 10% separation?
I guess my motion would be more of the 10% separation because of the current economics and how we don't know what's gonna happen. I would propose to just do the 10% this year.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All right, further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
So to clarify, it would be everything that they have approved with the exception of the sheriff would only be the 10%.
Okay, so
That would be my
one
motion.
motion, all right. That's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 3-0. All right, the rest of these, I believe, everyone can participate in.
So the next motion that needs to be is to approve the property tax rate at 2.8487 per thousand, which is which happens to be our permanent rate. And And that's just a formality, but we need to do that and then we'll do the final.
So moved.
We might want to explain that to Mike. So, unless you haven't got that already.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So back in the day, whenever the property tax laws changed, districts, including the county, applied for what's considered a permanent rate. So that was the maximum amount of taxes they could charge per thousand. And every district has a different rate. The county's rate is 2.8487. You can, I don't believe it's ever been done for the county, but you could apply for less than that, but you can never apply for more than that. In order to make our budget balance, we're not in a position to ask for less. But that's the point of that.
I see. I think I remember doing that when I was on the school board.
Cindy?
Same time.
It would have been.
question?
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
Okay.
So,
I was just listening to what you were saying.
Isn't it true? This is fortunate to us because we're rapidly growing as opposed to,
Right, so that 2.8487 is out of a bigger chunk every year. And so property tax revenue to the county currently increases about $1 million a year, which is about 5%. And so it's a little bit, because it increases between 4 and 6% pretty regularly. I think that I'm hoping that may accelerate with some of the new development that is taking place, obviously with a bunch of new homes in Umatilla and a bunch of new industrial development. Eventually that number will take a jump for the county and for the districts, but that's what that's about.
I think we were referencing during the course of our deliberations, they talked about some other counties that are not in quite that same position.
With higher mill rates,
What?
with higher mill rates too.
Yeah, with higher mill rates, but
Yeah.
they're having to cut staff.
Yep.
I was in a county the other day. Their tax rate is 58 cents per assessed thousand. And they're in the process of cutting 25 people a year for the next 10 years.
So,
That's their plan.
and so what, I'm guessing that's what's called an ONC
Yeah,
county.
that's exactly right.
And so at the time, they had a fairly robust stream of income from
Timber.
property that really basically followed the Oregon California Railroad, and they owned a section, every other section on the side of for providing those services, and they got that revenue, but subsequently those properties aren't producing the timber that they once did, and so their revenues from that have dropped off significantly.
Well, they're producing timber. There's not much cut timber.
Right. And they're also, there are other facets of that. So the Secure Rural Schools Act was kind of created to help them out because we weren't harvesting as much timber. However, now that's being debated at the federal level, and we didn't get a secure rural schools payment, but they have been relying on that since the 90s. And so I'm sure that they are struggling.
When I was in Douglas County, they had 840 employees and 57 patrol deputies.
Not anymore.
And they're not that much bigger than this county.
It's not just rural counties, because Marion County is in a world of hurt right now too.
Well, and their budgets are
Yeah.
quite a bit larger than ours, so that impact is bigger.
So, all right, is there, John, I heard a motion from you, did I
Yep.
not?
You did.
Is there a second?
I see.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Do we approve the property tax rate? $2.87 per thousand. All in favor, say aye. Aye. I believe that is unanimous as well. I won't call for nays. And the final thing is the document that we have spent the last 2 days reviewing is now before us. to either approve it as presented or to make any additions or deletions this committee should decide to do.
So I would say that as presented, the budget represents, the total budget represents $200,713,599. Of that, there are $744,349 in appropriations. The one correction I do want you to make is the additional FTE that was inadvertently kept in the veterans program. The adoption of that budget impacts her future funding. And so a larger amount there actually is a detriment to her in future funding. So I definitely want to change that. I'm not sure if you want to change any of the other things we talked about.
Would you repeat that first figure, the 200 million?
200,713,599.
It's on page 12.
The only,
Cindy, where are we with Harris Park?
I don't know. Where are we, George?
What?
Where are we, George? I know where you're going.
Well, there was a proposal from Public Works
John, your electronic version
to have two
may not
full-time
have
people.
page
that's
12
already been,
full
that's
update.
built into the
Oh, you
budget.
sent me a new.
It's actually part of the
It
budget.
is.
already.
It's
It's already
already
part
in
of the
It
budget.
is part of budget.
Okay, I remember you
The
saying.
online version has page 12.
Here, I have two page 12s.
Oh.
About it.
Okay, so
I
there was
printed one
a,
and she gave me one.
there was a second update.
Oh,
That's
so
why.
then ignore that one.
So the one that was loose yesterday with your name on it
That's
was
the
the
correct
most updated.
Okay.
I had, as long as there's not a motion yet, we're looking for additional budget adds and removals. I would like to see us put the 15,000 in program specific cost for Dan and the canine.
For the dog. Okay.
Yeah. And there was another one, there was a 5,000 deduct on so. Or did, you said you wanted to leave that in?
I
That's
mean,
right, that's
those-
right.
those-
You did.
those things are, I think, very
Minimal,
very,
minimal.
very manageable.
Okay. But I can't remember what the other one was. But
For your benefit, Mike, there are counties where the budget committee does not get a budget in the form we get one. They just give all the requests to the budget committee. We have the good fortune of getting one that's balanced. Which is much, much different than have all of those people when they get in here after the moon.
I would,
Robert?
I certainly
And that happens in counties.
experienced that.
I would make a motion to approve the budget with the two items of the correction to veterans FTE and to the addition to the district attorney under Pacific program, specific program, project specific for 15,000.
We could offset the cost of that money for the dog and Kleenex. Won't be using next. year.
Anyway, that's my motion.
All right, is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the budget and appropriations as noted in the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I mean,
We can
all you guys,
call
George,
and
Mike,
stop recording.
Molly,
Look at you, Mom.
and thank this team right here. for,
I don't figure out how Hattie's old enough to get it.
We get this, they get the months behind it, putting it together. It's incredible.
Tell Michael.
You got some three changes.
Could you take a picture of the Mother of the Year plaque presentation that you're gonna get this afternoon?
Just because we'll have to update this document.
All right.
for this.
Thank you all.
The FTEs
Thanks,
are
everybody.
talking about it. I just want to.